All right, here we go. Okay. Is it a hump or a drop? What do you say? You got to twist your words in every which way, because the motto will always dictate what you do. Everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues. Is it a straight line or does it curve? Some people unclamp it, but that is absurd. We all know that the model will always dictate what you do. Everybody knows that you are model afflicted blue. Model affliction. It's your addiction. That model affliction. It brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain. Conflating curvature with elevation change has got your local distance just out of range. That old biggie is gonna dictate everything that you do. And everybody knows that you got the model affliction blue. It's your decision defending the model position. You just don't know the geometric proposition. That old ball, it'll always be illogical to you. That's why perpendicularity is a puzzle to you. Model affliction. It's your addiction. Model affliction. It brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain.
World famous Buster. And we are live. Welcome, everyone. It's Model Affliction Monday. But I mean, I think we've been saying this is going to change all of this sort of stuff. It's been going on far too long. We'll go over a video. Well, let's say good to see Nathan Oakley back. So we'll go over a bit of a show that we had today. Somebody's told me to have a look at it. Apparently there's a new argument or something. See what people think about it. Yeah, we'll go there's a reason that we're not considered part of the bunny ears, the community, and that's because we've been talking about geometric truths and actually geometric reasoning, like logic. And it seems like that sort of stuff's coming around. And, yeah. Nobody's interested in it anyway. That's the whole point, that why we're here. People want the flat earth shit. So I think this is a message to Brian. We'll be going over it. But it's sort of a message to Brian. That certain conversations have to be left alone. There's a reason the conversations have been left out of it. It's because the people within the arena don't want these conversations being talked about. Yeah, that's all we can really talk about. This model. Well, shout out to DP as well. DP was the meme guy that we had. That we missed. Parallel. The plane parallel model. We did it, you know, quite a bit ago. That's sort of what we've been going over. There's nothing much changed. We've had the arguments about horizontals being parallel, all perpendiculars to a plane being parallel, a level being a tool to establish a horizontal plane, all of those horizontal planes being parallel, and you know, geometric truths to go along with it. Other people have made up other ridiculous arguments. Shout out to Bob as well. If Bob wants to come and have a talk about his logic, his modus ponens, anytime, like, we're here for open for conversation on the level Discord. Click the link, come and have a chat. That's mainly what we're going to be doing here. This is just conversations that people can have. There's no debate. There never has been a debate. This is just conversations that people have to realise. I don't know. You know what to realise. I was saying to my missus earlier about the North. Like, what is North? And normally people don't want to have the conversation because it's pretty obvious that there's no putting your finger on exactly what North is yet. It should be obvious to everyone. So simple. North, south, east, west. Compass directions. But what does that actually mean? Shout out to Betty. Apparently, and here's the like, it's just in the beginning formulations. I don't know if anybody's listening. But we've been going on about in an arena where we talk about geometry and perpendicularity of north, south, east and west. We've been making conversations to show people how many circles they imagine those perpendicular lines have will dictate which model you've got. There are 3 different models, not 2. 3. That's mainly what we've been trying to let people know. Within the mind, these are 3 different models, but obviously there's only one reality. So there's 3 different ways that you can look at reality just around north, south, east and west. That's it. They're the conversations that we've had. Advanced simplicity. To hopefully to bring these sort of things to the forefront of people's minds, to realise how little we actually know about the things that we do actually think we know about. And the reason the conversation stops is because it becomes pretty apparent to people that haven't been around that they know just as much as the people that have been around, because nobody knows anything about anything, really. Go back to Socrates. Yeah, I know nothing, especially about where we are or what we're doing. There's a lot of people will claim to know. We might go over a bit of it tonight, but the latest one is running hot in the YouTube comment section. If you remember Beddy, he's a blue marble scientist, a new edition. He came on pretending to be a logician, published logician, says he's got books, says he's writing a book currently. Well, it should be published by now. What we've I lost my train of thought. That crazy. Where was I? What's I talking about? Oh man, this detector. Right, so we know nothing. Yet there are people that will tell you about things. So that's where we were at. Beddy has brought to the attention that you know, the GP of Polaris, it's not a position, it's a circle, like quite a big circle as well, with dimensions. Now, because it has dimensions, the question has to come in, is this a traditional circle dimensions, or is it one of these Bob the Science Guy great circle shortest distance diameter, which is different than a normal straight line Euclidean diameter? There's so many questions to be asked and even answered, because I mean, I didn't know about this. You realise that we've been dealing with a group of people like Nathan Oakley. He's back today, which is great. And him and 10th Man and QE and all of that have got this thing about a sextant. Now, that sextant's citing angles to, well, let's say Polaris, the light in the sky. Sean Hawkins, I'm sorry, forgive me. Talking about Polaris while Sean isn't around. Sean Hawkins, now's your time to step up, because if there's anybody that knows anything about Polaris and the Polaris argument, it's the inventor of it, Sean Hawkins. So, Sean, time for you to step out of the shadows. Come and promote your guitar making business and all of that sort of stuff if you want. But yeah, the ground position of a light in the sky, I know it sounds ridiculous. We don't do this because I can't keep a straight face, but it's one of their arguments, right? So Nathan Oakley has got an argument that says he proves a flat earth. He can't explain how it proves it, and there's no scientific method to it. It's just he thinks it's a proof of flat earth. But just recently, Beddy, the dogmatician from Blue Marble Science, has informed us that the GP of Polaris is actually a circle. It's not like one position. It's a circle that depends, where it is depends on the time. Imagine that. So it turns out that when we've been saying you can do fuck all with an angle, turns out that even to find the GP of Polaris, you need to know the time. So it seems like we were right in not only the geometric sense, but within this argument that's been developed by Nathan Oakley and 10th Man, Mainly 10th man, this one, I think. I don't think it's not like the modus tollens that QE calls the Black Swan. It's nothing like that. This is a sextant argument that proves flat Earth because you can get a triangle from an angle. I mean, impossible, but it's the flat Earth proof. But recently, thank you, Betty, the GP of Polaris has been revealed to be a circle of known dimensions, according to Betty, with certain angles being able to be measured. Not 90 degrees either. I mean, it's surprising, but not 90 degrees. Did anybody know that? I know we haven't done a lot about it because it seems a little bit seems somebody's having a problem on the Arc server. Yeah, so if you want to jump away from this ridiculous argument and wondering that modern life's getting a bit too much, we've got an Arc server. And Arc is a space game with dinosaurs, and that's what we're all playing at the minute. No joke. We love it. The whole server really. So if you've got a PC, you want to test it out, see what it's like for gaming, come and join us on the Arc, on the Level Discord server. Right. So I don't know whether we go over the celestial navigation thing, but I thought it was fascinating to find out that the ground position of Polaris, sorry, Sean Hawkins, I know you're not around here. Maybe he's in the chat listening in. It's a circle. It's a bit too much for people to take because I don't know whether people have ever delved into the celestial navigation argument. It seems ridiculous, really, because, you can't get a triangle from an angle, and the other guys want to link an angle to time, like we said. Latitude's an angle, and the sun gives you the other one, which is longitude, and that's always been time. Angle and time proves, I don't know, angle time. It's like, like when you have miles per hour, that's because you work time with miles, the distance, how long it takes you to reach a certain distance. Well, this is the particular angle at a particular time, so it's relative to the time. The angle's relative to a certain time. It's a little bit weird how to work it out as well. Maybe, I don't know. Well, I'll leave Betty to do that. Hopefully, there will be a blue marble. We've been hoping that Betty will do another presentation over at the Blue Marble Science HQ to clarify this, because, like I say, I've never heard anybody talking about the circle of the ground position of Polaris. So let's ask Sean Hawkins. Wiping tears from his eyes. I hope, Sean, if you're out there, come and tell us how stupid we are for not knowing about the circle of the ground position of Polaris. Right, let me get this video sorted. I'm gonna have to switch it on for you guys in Discord, aren't I? You don't need to see the game, do you? Okay, so see which screen we're on. Not that one. Not that one. I don't know what else we're going to be on this. If anybody watched it. Did you all watch it? The Return of Nathan Oakley. PC fixed. It's going to be great. Even though, I don't know why Adam called it a piece of shit PC. It seems to be back up and running. Okay. Do you want to hear the intro for it? This is, I don't know how soon it went into it. Subscribe. You're already subscribed to Nathan Oakley.
Bridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936. Life is short. I've got a very bare bones show to be going on with, so I'm glad they're all warmed up and chatting because they're going to keep you entertained while I fiddle around with things.
I've never heard any of
this live show maintained so we can do
been
more
told to
going
go
into the future
this.
and reach 2,000 shows. I'm going to open the lines on Discord and G+ so you can enjoy their dulcet tones and indeed this welcome back live show.
Angle measuring device,
Oh.
and an angle is two straight
There we
lines
go.
meeting at a common point called a vertex. So how can that ever
Hey,
work on a
Nathan.
globe?
Yes?
You're muted in Discord. We can't hear you there.
I've got it under
You just
control.
gotta
Don't you worry about
Okay.
me.
Oh, okay. I was just
Wow.
checking.
There's a voice from the past. Haven't heard that voice for a week.
Yes. That does not mean I am deceased. It does not mean I've quit YouTube.
Good to have you
I've
back.
been going around all the big baller channels and saying that they finally broke Nathan down, and he sits in his room and cries now. He's scared of them.
Yes, that is also true.
Good to have you back, Nathan. I'm looking forward to this. When they 10th was acting like he's been there all week and he's not heard Nathan for a bit. I don't know. Has 10th been in the Discord while Nathan's not been around, or has it been empty? I don't know whether they've all been in there having a chat. Sounds like it. We missed that. We could have gone over and had a chat with him in Discord.
We do a bit of housekeeping to warm us all up. Who's up for it?
Oh, yeah.
Any evidence of a physical?
Is the show started?
Yes, I have now gone live.
Okay, well, because there was something I wanted to share, but I can share it after the house.
Share it anyway. I'm doing things, so I'm glad if you can share something. Yes,
Okay,
Brian, go
this is where
ahead.
we go.
Well, I'd need you to share it on the screen.
Oh no, I can't do any of that. Oh, you've gone from being useful to being a pain in the arse immediately.
It's just a conversation point. There's a picture I put into the Master B. I get it there, and I just posted it again.
Is that Bob?
No, setting up Skype for sharing and stuff I haven't got quite around to yet, so I'm hoping you guys can keep the actual conversation going. And if you need to reference something, just pretend it's on screen, Brian. Yeah, I've shared it.
Love it.
Okay, look, I put it for everyone that wants to see it. It's a Master B. If Righteous is around, if you were
I
available,
haven't
you
got
can
it.
post it in Discord.
If
It's
you've
just
got
showing
it,
a
Brian.
tangent to a sphere, right? Now, when they do celestial navigation and they're trying to claim that they're using a tangent to a sphere. Now, but
Are they using a tangent if the GP of Polaris is a circle, as Betty says? Perhaps Bayern's never heard of this either. They were all telling me it's been known. Who was it? Rob Baker, PhD, Betty, and a guy called whatever, the usual suspects. But they're the ones that have been telling us that it's well known that the GP of Polaris is a circle. It's not a point at 90 degrees like you might have been led to believe by people. I don't know. as soon as Beddy comes out and does his presentation on thingy, unless they're just telling us a load of shit, which wouldn't be surprising, right? A load of guys going round talking shit, telling people that they know what it is and you don't know anything. You don't understand it. And so they just make up a load of shit. It may sound stupid and ridiculous. And you may never have heard it before. But it's now central to the argument that's coming from the Blue Marble scientists, i.e. Beddy, whatever, and this Rob Baker, PhD. I think he's a PhD anyway. He won't come and have a chat.
Regardless of whether it's celestial navigation or whether it's surveying or anything, they're always claiming a tangent. And they're claiming that tangent is a horizontal.
When Brian says that, right, when he says they, who do you think he means when they claim a tangent? Because it was Nathan Oakley that brought the tangent thing in, to my knowledge. I can remember listening to shows where Nathan Oakley talked about nothing about but tangents. Tangent this, tangent that, tangent of your eye line, tangent to the horizon, all of that. There's no such thing. And it implies a geometric term with a circle. So Brian's doing the same thing again. Now, Brian says, when they say, it's nobody that we know, because we have always said that's ridiculous. It's a presupposed circle somewhere if you call in the line tangent. And it, like we've just explained, the GP of Polaris is a circle, so how can that be a tangent? Can't be. So, geometrically impossible to be able to talk about a tangent whenever you're talking about a circle of a ground position. Thanks, buddy.
So if that tangent is a horizontal, then horizontal has no defined size, so it can be any length, right? But that means, what they need to claim is that only at the point where that horizontal claimed by them, horizontal tangent, is touching their sphere, will there be a correct vertical.
Talking about the tangent point, the horizontal point in the center of 2 points. I'm pretty sure that we've been going over this sort of stuff for years. We even designed a test called the Realising Euclid Test to prove that this is absolutely ridiculous. It seems like Brian's just catching up. Welcome to 2023, where even the experts at Brian's logic may seem a little bit behind.
That will go to the center of that sphere. But that's a complete paradox, because all lines that make right angles with a horizontal will be perpendicular, they'll be verticals.
Wow. There you go. All perpendiculars to a plane will be parallel. And it just so happens that horizontal and vertical are perpendicular. Where have I heard somebody saying that before? I don't know. Maybe it's just geometric facts that, you know, people have known about for years. But welcome, Brian. I predict nobody's going to listen to Brian because they don't want to hear it, Brian. Hello. Say hello from the On The Level crew. We're not part of your community because nobody wants to talk about the geometric facts of reality. Brian. Let's see how well Brian does. Talking to the boys over there at...
So their claim of there only being one line that's perpendicular to the horizontal tangent they're claiming is a load of rubbish. You can't... I had this out some while ago. I made a video responding to something Charles Globert Matt said to Bev. And it's like, I was just pointing out in the video that, like, a tangent plane, if you're claiming that...
That's That was when he was having a go at us, I think. I can remember. But I've got about a trail of 6 or 7 videos when we did the 1 degree for 69 miles and pointed out that horizontals and verticals are perpendicular. And Charles, flat earth math, went mental. He couldn't handle it. He couldn't cope with it. Ever since then, we've been pointing out that the reciprocal zenith angles actually, like Blue Marble will tell you, is a proof that vertical and horizontal cannot be perpendicular. Brian's just seemed to have cottoned on to this. Welcome, Brian. Anytime you want to come and have a conversation about it, we're here for you. You can come and have a listen, come and have a chat. We can talk about the geometric facts and proofs within Euclidean geometry and how they relate to reality. We've got a test called the Realising Euclid Test. We can go over it anytime you want. I don't think Nathan and QE and all of those. I mean, in fact, I didn't even think Brian. I thought you knew this, Brian. You had to not talk about these things. It's weird that you're doing it, unless this is scripted. Anyone think this could possibly be scripted? No, it's all right. I'll do the talking.
Tangent is
I guess
horizontal.
it could be.
Then it's not
It is
limited
a
to
possibility.
one.
Do you reckon?
That's
Because
scripted. Yeah.
Brian's made videos, right? Even on that Jonah the Scientist channel. Brian's logic has his name alongside Blue Marble Science and Bob the Science Guy as a debunker of the geometric truths that we talk about. Why is he doing this? Sounds very, very strange. But hey.
Vertical. You know what I mean? They're trying to limit it to one vertical at only the point where the tangent touches the sphere. Will that be perpendicular? I can draw any other amounts of verticals to that to that horizontal, and they'll still be perpendicular. You understand what I mean?
Yeah, you're basically showing that they can't have diverging zeniths.
Well, yeah, they can't.
No way. Brian's on the ball.
They can. They
Yeah.
can.
Yeah, go and ask Blue Marble, Brenda. You know, they can have whatever they want. Got Jesse Kozlowski. Nobody's been going round for 4 years saying Jesse Kozlowski's fooled everybody on the other side. And now look at the facts that Brian's logic's coming out with. Horizontal and vertical are perpendicular. Imagine that. It's the future, I'm telling you.
The thing about it, how can a tangent plane that's claimed to be a horizontal only have one line that's perpendicular to it? That's the load of rubbish. A horizontal, if it's a horizontal at 5 miles long, right? Let's say a horizontal plane 5 miles long. At every mile you can place a vertical, and each one of those verticals will be perpendicular. But
right, way back ago, I don't know if Emma's around here. We had QE in here. We were all talking about this. QE came up with this argument. He called her modus tollens, right? And it seemed really weird because he was bringing in some sort of fantasy numbers and showing people pictures. And we said to him then, he said, QE, you realise that the horizon's horizontal, right? And all perpendiculars to a horizontal will be vertical. So when you're looking at the horizon, all verticals will be perpendicular to the horizon, which is horizontal. So there's a geometric proof that, you know, your argument's a little bit convoluted and it involves, you know, questionable things. And Emma said, well, you want to watch, mind your P's and Q's. And QE then left, right? He didn't want anything to do with us from that point onwards. And anytime we attempted a conversation, it seems like, well, they started shouting and calling names and slander and all of that, right? So now Brian is coming up with the very thing that we said to QE 4, 5, 6 years. I can't even remember how long ago it was. Seems like it was ages ago. All we've been talking about is geometric facts. Brian is now stepping into that sort of simple conversation that I always thought should have been the topic for everyone to have, because who can't get into this sort of understanding? This is a geometric understanding of reality and how we understand knowledge for ourselves, right? Welcome, Brian. Come and have a chat anytime.
They need to claim that only one line will be perpendicular, and that's the point at where that tangent touches the sphere. Now, they can't have a horizontal on a sphere, and they can't have verticals on a sphere. It's all rubbish. They can have right angles being made with the tangent planes, but they have to then specify
316, proposition 316, Brian. Take it on. Book 3, proposition 16, Euclid, the elements. It's a maths book. You should look at it sometime, anytime, really.
Specify which one of those tangent planes is the horizontal. Because the rest of them can't be horizontal, with the exception of the one that's parallel to it, at the other side of the sphere. Do you know what I mean? They can't have that. It doesn't work. But if they're going to
geometrically, what he says is, he means to say, geometrically, within Euclidean principles, it's impossible. I think that's what he's meaning to say. But, you know, obviously, he's at the beginning of his journey. Geometrically impossible within the Euclidean framework.
claim that they have a horizontal tangent plane, then how did they justify one vertical being perpendicular to it? How come it can't have infinite verticals being perpendicular to it? That's mathematically paradoxical. It can't. It makes no sense.
Mathematically paradoxical? What? I think he's getting into the logic sort of idea, right?
Yeah.
It's
And
just
of course,
geometrically impossible.
yes, it is paradox because the hidden premise is that verticals are already divergent because they
To the center.
yes, to the center. Yeah.
Yeah, they're
So
going
they
to
cannot.
a point. The same problem that you have if you put north or south at a point. It makes it geometrically impossible. But you try and tell somebody that something's geometrically impossible. Does he not know where he's going to get to? Or what? I don't know who he's been talking to. But he did say that they say tangent. Literally, I don't know. Nobody's ever told me that. Because so easy to disprove it, because the tangent is a Euclidean term.
Yes, and tangent assumes a circle, at least.
Yeah.
So you cannot name line or plane as tangent if you haven't got a circle or a sphere.
Yeah, you could put a piece of wood on a ball, and then you could call that a tangent, right? But
Tangent, yeah.
all of this every time, right, is going to come down to the correct usage of words and you identifying. It's no good just saying tangent. It means nothing to most people, because it's just a line within geometry that touches a circle at one point and one point only. A straight line. I use line in the geometric sense, meaning straight. So a tangent would definitely already say that that line is straight and it touches the circle at one point and one point only. Now, for that to be horizontal is a completely different thing. It's irrelevant of the circle completely. The line will be horizontal if you make it horizontal. Then you can disregard the circle. The circle can be anywhere. It can be on top of the line, under the line. It can be away from the line. It's completely irrelevant where the circle is. As long as the circle's touching the line at one point and one point only, it's still a tangent.
Yes, so we can have multiple tangent planes or lines, but orientation is only one. So if you have
it's horizontal,
let's say circle, and you want to draw a tangent line, horizontal tangent line, you have to draw it in horizontal position. It doesn't, it has nothing to do with this circle. Of course, it would be a tangent, but horizontal position of that line wouldn't be referring to that circle. So it has nothing to do, in fact, horizontal position has nothing to do with this circle below.
Yep. Geometrically, the tangent and the circle are geometric things, and horizontal would be related to reality because it's a particular position that you can place something in. It's not within the geometric sense. It's got a reality sense to it. The horizon is linked to horizontal. The horizon, obviously, isn't geometric. It's reality of reality. We just use geometric words to relate to reality. Hence the Realising Euclid Test. We use mathematics on the basic principles to be able to relate and understand reality. That's
what they're claiming makes no sense mathematically.
Well, how can they have a tangent?
Who's claiming? Like, don't just say what they're claiming, because it sounds ridiculous. So let's hear who they are. Let's name these people. Then we can ask them, rather than just leaving it as a they. Seems not very fair, that.
Well, this is the point I'm making. When you're saying what you said, say that again, QE, please.
Where'd they get the tangent?
Yes, where they get? But this is the point. If they're claiming a tangent, they then have to claim you can only have one vertical that's perpendicular to it. That's a complete nonsense. That's not reality.
Whoa, enter QE. I will predict that QE doesn't want Brian talking about the simplicity of a horizontal and vertical being perpendicular, because really, when we went over the Veritasium the other day, if anybody hasn't watched that, please watch it just to get a grip on what people... He's like a historian. He's compiled all of the facts for this one very simple... it's an axiom within... It's called the triangle axiom. Or we call it the triangle axiom. People have obfuscated it, as you'll see if you watch that video. We'll go over it many more times, obviously, because this has never ended. It still seems that as we've been talking about things, trying to sort this geometric understanding out over the years, it seems like people haven't really understood what we've been trying to say. I've been trying to use a tact where people can realise it for themselves, but I think there's a lot of people out there that still aren't distilling the water under some sort of a mind fog. I predict this is about horizontal and vertical being perpendicular, and all verticals are always perpendicular to horizontal, and horizontal would all be a line or plane that's perpendicular to the vertical line or plane. That's pretty simple to understand. QE doesn't want people to do that. He wants to show them pictures of oil rigs with and call about refraction and talking about models and all of that sort of stuff. QE doesn't want Brian talking about this advanced simplicity of perpendicular.
No.
Guaranteed.
Where'd they get the tangent?
I know that point. But
Then don't-
what I'm saying is addressing it.
Go further. The tangent's the monkey in the room.
The tangent was all Nathan Oakley was talking about for years. It used to annoy me. Buster came in here. I can remember, it's still one of the stories Buster talks about when he comes in here. When he first came in here and he started talking, and I said to him, I said, what's a tangent? Because he continued to use it because he'd heard Nathan Oakley talking about it. So he developed an argument against it because he'd heard Nathan Oakley saying it so much. So when Brian's talking about they, I think the they is Nathan Oakley. Nathan Oakley pumped up the tangent for years. QE's now trying to separate himself from the tangent.
There's another monkey in the room. Yeah, I understand that. They need the sphere, but they're claiming a tangent, right? And they're claiming it's a horizontal, right?
Where do you get the tangent?
Yes, I understand that.
I can claim a whole bunch of stuff too.
Yeah, but you're walking all over the point I'm trying to make. Look, forget about it.
Now, the point is, you're begging the question for them. Where'd they get the tangent?
No, I'm pointing out a paradox. I'm pointing out a paradox within their claim.
Ooh. So Brian's now begging the question for saying that they say tangent because they don't say tangent. They can't talk about Euclidean geometry full stop. Because the moment they do, they can be placed within this area where they can be falsified. That's simple. We've been hopefully we've been showing people that for years. More people that know about it, the better. It's just it's a process that goes on in the mind. It's not understanding geometry or anything. It's more about giving yourself the authority here. Obviously, there are other people that are talking about stuff, but this is so simple, perpendicular, two straight lines.
No, their claim is rubbish.
I know it's rubbish, and that's what the paradox is pointing out.
No, the claim is rubbish before you get to the perpendicular off the tangent. The tangent's the issue. Where'd they get the tangent?
Oh, dear. This is pretty much what we were talking to QE about a few years ago. Isn't his modus tollens about this sort of stuff?
Is the Earth, if the Earth is a sphere and sphere has radius, so it is a sphere
of a radius of such and such, and he's talking about the tangent. Yeah, we said to him, but the horizon's horizontal, QE. Like, you're begging the question within the modus tollens that you called a black swan. Or you called the black swan. This makes it even more ridiculous, right? But QE's being a little bit hypocritical here. He spent years saying that it was a proof. There's a video where he bollocks me for talking about the fallacies within it.
Yes, I have to admit that you can beg the question if you are presenting opponent's argument, because opponent's argument supposedly is begging the question, and the opposite side should expose this as begging the question. But so I am not accusing QE that he is begging the question in his modus tollens. Yes, he is, but this is how we present opponent's argument. So why he is accusing now Brian's logic that Brian's logic is doing the same as QE did in his modus tollens. So what's his point? I don't understand why
he's trying
suddenly...
to shut the conversation down, right? It's obvious, isn't it? Like what Brian brings is a very valid, really simple, easy to see problem that must be occurred and communicated about. QE doesn't want people to talk about that, because this is why QE left here. This is why QE has had a problem with us, because of this very thing. We could never see the point of begging the question with an argument when all you have to say is the geometric truths in reality. You don't need their model at all. You just go with facts within reality, and that sorts it all.
And by the way, I think, well, this is only my opinion, that QE realize that when Brian's logic is talking about that stuff, he is generally talking what we are talking about here. And I think he doesn't like it.
Yeah, well, I said this ages ago, right? The idea of what we do here is to give this to people. So I hope people realize this for themselves. Now, when you do realize this for yourself, you want to tell people about it. But this is one of the sad facts about this particular thing. When you do realize it, people don't want you to talk about it. There's something strange. The whole purpose of me being here is to see this reaction, right? To try and understand why people have an aversion to the simple facts that they already know. QE is going to start doing this regular thing that a lot of the Globe guys do, where they try to present the case that Brian's talking about, but in a negative way, and try and get around having the actual conversation about what Brian's just trying to say. He's trying to show you. I mean, this is the hard part, right? Because I've got a thing wrote on the thing, there. Don't talk of the not that. Well, guess what? The tangent is the not that. And Brian's struggling how to talk about it, because this is what happens. QE, like he does and everybody else does, they'll claim that they never said tangent. So we don't know why you're talking about tangent, Brian. Which misses the whole point of the showing the contradiction that's there. That's what Brian's trying. He's tried a realization, a logical realization, where he can now present a paradox, but the paradox is nonsense. So therefore, people's minds can't really comprehend it unless you put yourself in that position where you're judging it from a different point of view. And I don't think people have the ability to do it. But the discussions will be good. I hope that this is where the new chain of thought goes to. I hope so, but I don't know.
Yeah, I know. Where did they get any of it? I understand that. But I'm talking about their specific claim that they have a horizontal tangent because they need a tangent to mathematically make it
I need
work.
things too, but I just can't conjure them.
Yeah, I understand that, but I'm working off of their mathematical claim.
That's the problem.
See, if we've learned anything from what we do here, right, that the very fact that Brian uses the term tangent is conjuring up an image in your mind already. The moment the word's used, can't get away from it. It's used in a very specific term. Nathan Oakley's linked it to the horizon. Did it for years. I think now they're trying to say that they didn't.
Tangent point. Yes, this point of tangency is
Yeah.
horizon. Yeah. In globe model, but yes, Nathan Oakley was talking about this. This is geometric horizon.
Yeah.
This is what they call geometric horizon.
And then we went over to Nathan and said, actually, it's geometric in the fact that it's horizontal. That's the geometric aspect of the horizon. Not that it's a tangent or it's a geometric horizon or anything. It's just the only thing that can be said about the horizon geometrically is that it's horizontal. The true horizon over water. Known as a fact by everyone. We build a few of our arguments upon that. Or in fact, we have one about horizontal being parallel that also has a conclusion that the horizon is horizontal. Has to be. That argument's never been rebutted. And that doesn't mention a tangent at all. Because, like I've always said, it's ridiculous to bring these terms in. Because now you're arguing against them, except he's doing it with QE. Like, QE wasn't like this when Nathan was talking about it, was he? I didn't hear QE sound like this when Nathan was doing it all that time ago. Very strange. Well, not very strange. Sort of expected from someone like QE.
No, you're not. Their mathematics has A to B in that diagram you showed as surface level. They use level as a horizontal plane in their mathematics as well.
But the see A and B in that diagram, John, right? They will claim that A and B, you can't have a vertical to that. They are claiming that you can only have a vertical to C. You understand?
Right, but in the mathematics, A to B is surface level. It's labeled.
Wow. They're talking about the metabunk curve calculator that we went over ages ago to point out that what's happening underneath is irrelevant. It sounds like curve refractor might have even heard what we were talking about.
Yeah, they seem to be slightly behind, I think.
Yeah, a couple of years at least. Maybe a little bit, you know. This is the reason we did the Realising Euclid test. This very thing that Brian's talking about right now. So,
Can I say something real quick, please?
Go on.
I bet you next year they're going to stay level is horizontal.
Yes, they will. I think. Yes, I am with you, Rob. Yes, but not now. Next year or maybe 2 years. Let's see.
2 or 3 years. I mean, like next year. This is showing that they're at least 4 years behind, I'd say. This is exactly the same conversation I had with QE when he was bringing out the modus tollens. when we made, you know, the simplified version of it. That's how old this conversation is, at least to us. That's why I'm wondering, is it scripted from Brian? But it seems like Brian's getting a bit of a pushback. Is he being the Glober, the steel man in the globe for them?
But I suspect that this, what Brian's logic is talking about, is tied to this deliverance of modus tollens to Globers. This is next step. They deliver this to Globers, this modus tollens, QE's modus tollens, and next step in flat Earth, let's say, narration is to bring as a rebuttal geometry. So I think that it is going in that direction.
They can't.
They
can't. We've spent 4 years rebutting every advance that comes from geometry. The moment anybody attempts any geometry, they're going to fail instantly. So therefore, the forces that be will not allow this to become an argument. It doesn't belong within this arena. I suspect that Brian's bringing it up so QE can publicly shame him that nobody else attempts to bring this argument up again within this arena.
Okay, that's possibility, but because we are speculating about future.
Yeah.
But that would be one option. But for me, also plausible option is that they, while they are giving this modus tollens and other pseudo arguments to Globers, they will try to defend flat Earth with arguments, let's say, produced here on the level. So they will steal this argument and present them as rebuttal to their own former arguments as arguments for flat Earth. I think this is other option, but this is only speculation.
That's clever, though, that, isn't it? Do you think that clever?
I don't know, but this is just only speculation, and I
don't think that they can touch geometry because geometry would show them logic, and like Brian says, he's trying to give them a paradox. Right? Like a way to rebut an argument because of a paradox. But he seems unaware that the Earth isn't flat, right? And calling the Earth flat when it obviously isn't flat is the very same paradox that he's trying to rebut within this tangent thing. I can't see how this is going to work because QE won't allow it. It unearths their own paradox within their own argument. I think that's why we're here and we're not part of that because we wouldn't take on that paradox. Brian's saying, I'll have a look at this paradox. And they're going, oh, I don't know. I don't think we can see paradoxes. We're not allowed to do paradoxes. We might unearth something we don't want to see. But hey, anyone else got any predictions?
My prediction is speculative, so I am not adhering to that. This is just what came to my mind about that. But still, if they are saying that that Brian's logic is presenting paradoxical situation of which we were aware for a long time, maybe they will see their paradox that the Earth is not flat.
Do you think? I don't think you can do that. They can't say that, can they? Because then they'd have to admit that, yes, you can do fuck all with an angle. All of these things, they've just been talking points for them to be able to, I don't know. I mean, like all of the bad words said that Nathan Oakley's called us names and all sorts. That was for a purpose. Do you think people are going to forget about it, or is that the way that they've just had it script? Somebody's handing them a script and saying, "Yeah."
Yes, it's only speculation, but maybe the wisdom of the stage is changed.
Mm-hmm.
And now we are talking, they have prepared different talking points, new talking points, or old new talking points, or whatever.
Well, don't forget, Nathan's been away for a whole week, and like QE was saying the other day, these people need to get their 10,000 words out. So they've had the chance to have a think about stuff on their own without being, I don't know, guided or, communicating with all of these other people. See, the difference about the way I like to do things, or, this is about On the Level. On the Level's a Discord server. This is a group of people that we're here all the time, playing games. We wake up, we're chatting. When people come in from America, when they wake up, they come in, have a coffee, have a chat. I'm not too sure that's what occurs at Nathan Oakley's. So I don't think Brian's, talking to QE of a morning and doing all that sort of stuff. I don't think that's the way it goes. Whereas when we're here, it's not all about what we do when we go live. Most of the stuff has occurred when we're not live, particularly pertaining to all of these arguments. We've tried to communicate them through conversations that we have, but I don't know. We're not an information channel. I'm personally about trying to discover the thought processes of how people come to their conclusions about things. It doesn't really matter. I'm fascinated by what seems to be an infinite amount of different ways people can think about things. The only way you can do that is to communicate and talk. Ask each other questions, and the more challenging, the better. Because then the replies that come, they can have an instant reply and then a thoughtful reply that may take weeks or months to come back again to formulate these ideas for you to be able to talk about them. What we're talking about here is something fundamental to people's understanding. Globe. Reality. Then how would you describe it? How do you put those words together to express that? What all of these things mean? Wittgenstein was right. The only way that you can use to explain these things to people is words. So it comes down to the definition and the understanding of words, namely the identity of the subject, and then what must occur to the subject. So all of these words have definite meanings. And if you leave vagueness within the words, purposely or, unknowingly, that you can end up with people misrepresenting the words that you are talking about, and they'll make their own understanding. It was a big thing in the 70s, 60s, 50s, 60s, 70s, within, and I'm talking 1950s, 60s, 70s, not 18, 17, 16. This is like really recent, within some of our lifetimes, right? These advances that have been made within logic, which is the mind, the understanding, they've happened within our lifetimes, definitely within your parents' lifetimes. And who's the person to have this knowledge if something's only just been developed within so close a time? How do you have that ability to communicate it? Finding the words should be what we're all about within that communication. But the people that we're talking about here, QE, Brian's Logic, Nathan Oakley, they've all shut down conversation. They just don't want it. They'd rather shout and get angry at people and berate them, call them names, tell them to go away, and then lie about them and misrepresent them. That's a modern day flat earth debate. Any channels that are called flat earth debate, that's what will occur. And I feel sorry for Brian, because he's made a realization. He's actually, something that's occurred within his head, and he now has a paradox to hand people to be able to say, look at this paradox. But what's a paradox? It's a contradiction. And therefore, nonsense. You can't have both. But if people are forced into the opposite opinion than what they already hold, then the paradox is going to be double hard for them to be able to take, and the brain can't comprehend it. It reacts in a way like QE starts doing now, I think. He starts getting annoyed, I think. That's it. Let's listen.
Such within Earth curve mathematics, everything. It's clearly labeled as levels.
Can I have a go there? Did QE jump in about Earth curve mathematics? Is that not begging the question? And like begging the question in a worse way, because he's begging the question for a not that, a nothing. There's no such thing, Earth curve mathematics. It's been done by people who just call it Earth curve, but what's the curving? It's not the Earth, I mean in a hill or something like that. It's a different Earth. The words that we're using have dual meaning, and you may not be understanding what they're talking about when they say Earth curve. And even the people that are doing the calculations may mean something different than what is that John refracted curvature made then? Like, who knows? But you can look it up. There's no such thing as Earth curve mathematics. Doesn't exist.
And by the way, if he's referring to this Mick West drawing,
so
surface level is a straight line.
Yep.
So it means that this whole drawing below that, this circle with tangents, triangles, whatever, it is just a drawing. It is not labeled as Earth, I think, as I remember. It's just a drawing. So you can associate something with that, but this is your job to do that. Mick West would say, oh, why are you associating these two drawings?
Yeah.
Surface level with, you are doing that, not me. I just draw a circle with some geometrical, let's say, figures below.
It does say surface level on it, though, doesn't it?
Surface level is straight line, as I remember, this dotted line. And has nothing to do with the circle below that, with its triangles, tangents, and whatever he draw.
Yeah.
But
parallel to eye level, if I think correctly.
Yeah,
or whether eye level is looking down below. It's hard to tell with these things. It looks like he's looking down, but he's looking down to the middle of the surface level.
Yes, but I think that it is purposely drawn in that way because you can explain in any possible way.
It's because it's Proposition 316, the one that confuses people. That's how they get around it, because it's got to have some sort of geometric bearing to it, hasn't it? Since they're going to be using Pythagorean formula to calculate what they're doing, which is Euclidean geometry, not earth curve mathematics, as refracted curvature said.
Yeah. So I would say that it was very clever from Request that he put that drawing, because now he has drawn what he has drawn, but interpretation of that is not his. This is what people are doing with this drawing. They imagined things from this drawing. So
yeah, you imagine it yourself, don't you? They build their own picture. It's very cleverly done. Incidentally, Mick West, he's done a Jesse Kozlowski. He's not going to come back. He can't explain this. He can try and pretend he's a mathematician. He's not. He's just a computer programmer. But yeah, he's never going to be able to come and communicate about this. No one will. Brian's entered a losing battle here, because the people that he's trying to talk to about geometric facts and Euclidean, I'm going to call it Euclidean logic, right? Because he's found a paradox, but he's found a paradox within geometric understanding, and he can portray it. He has a way to portray that paradox right in front of you, geometrically. And I know this because we did it 4 years ago. But the people that he's talking to aren't going to want to take that on or even comprehend it. As Mike says, thank you very much, Mike. Mike says, what they should be saying is you're going to need Euclidean principles in a Cartesian coordinate system for that. As with all mathematics, that's the truth. I like Euclidean logic.
Yeah, because when we imagine something, we always imagine in Euclidean, let's say, space.
Mm-hmm.
So, and logic is only one on Earth.
Yeah.
People have only one logic.
Well,
so...
I call it Euclidean logic, right? Because it's an axiomatic system that's developed entirely on logic. Like, take Euclid away, it's still exactly the same. It would still be true without Euclid's name there at all. It's just logic, pure, unadulterated logic. Just that's it. Just boom, right in your face. If you want to learn logic, pick up a copy of Euclid's Elements. Perhaps Todd Hunter. I would try and get a Todd Hunter copy, but then get some different ones and see how it's changed. It's second only in editions, copies, not a book sold, but the different extensions of it. Second only to the Bible, Euclid's Elements. It's a very popular book, or was. Modern day times, people will tell you it's just an old dude, right? It's gone out of the way. But it is the formulation that where all modern mathematics starts at this. This is your foundations. And not foundations for geometry. This is foundations for thought. Understanding. How you can see paradoxes. Brian's logic has just stepped into a logical understanding of the power of logic. When you make that realization.
I wish him good luck.
I do as
Brainstorm
well. I hope,
on his
I
path.
hope
Yeah.
he's on a good journey. Being able to express this is, I think, the journey that we've all been on, right? We're all still on. The knowledge and the understanding never ends, because the ability to simplify it and communicate that to people. Well, yeah, good luck to anybody attempting any of these sort of conversations. Normally a little bit tricky to get these sort of conversations going. See how well he does.
It's a horizontal plane within the mathematics.
But not when they're dealing with a tangent. They're trying to claim that the only tangent is only touching the sphere at one point. So you can only have a vertical to that one point, which is complete rubbish. A horizontal can have any amount of verticals to it.
Aren't you getting that?
I think someone's
I
off
got it years
on a
ago.
tangent.
I got it years ago. This is a new point I'm trying to point out. A new thing I'm trying to point out, and it's just not going down.
New thing.
I got where you're going, but it's
a new thing. See, this is what happens when you realize things. It's new to Brian. It's not new to everyone. If you do want to come and talk about this, Brian, anytime.
already dead before you get to the point of the deadness.
They're ignoring that.
I don't give a shit.
Tangents. Anyway.
QE is trying to obfuscate this. Why is QE trying to do that? Why not follow it through? Why not explore the paradox? What's wrong with it? Why is QE acting like this?
That's the point. I'm trying to take him apart.
Sorry, go on.
For me, it would be very interesting if, for example, if I wouldn't know this paradox, I would be curious to hear that.
And Brian's just got it, right? So he needs to be able to practice how to talk about this, surely. And QE should be going, well, I've already got this argument, but this is how I present it. Like, why? Why are they not doing that? This is meant to be simple, isn't it? You're meant to be keeping it grassroots so people can understand what's going on. May sound complicated, but this is so simple. Just logical understanding. Not even really geometric, is it, at this point? Brian's made that logical link where he thinks he can present a paradox. Why not give him the chance to present it? QE, unless QE sort of running him through the ropes, giving him a test, right? Pretending he's a baller, being able to stop Brian from saying it. I don't know. Let's go.
I'm trying to point out something with their claim concerning tangents, or any claim concerning tangents. Tangents in general.
Can somebody else translate this for me? Does anyone else know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, you're basically saying they can't even have it in the.
Oh dear, QE. QE doesn't even know what he's meant to be saying. Tries to hand it off to somebody else. That's bad, QE. You're the one stopping Brian from saying this. Don't ask for somebody else to defend your position.
Yes, and the 10th man is going to say the same thing that QE said, that he's begging the question. Yes, we know that this argument is begging the question. That's the point. The beauty
how can you show a paradox without showing both sides of the things and how it's contradictory? Ridiculous from these guys. Well, not ridiculous, right? Once you see how this works. I've been in that conversation many times. It's all been recorded. You can go and listen to how I've been in this position, because QE's now got a defense committee to help him to shut down Brian bringing up a paradox. Ask yourself, why is he doing that? I hope you're listening, QE. This is disgusting.
Maybe because, for example, his precious quantum mechanics is based on begging the question.
Yeah.
Maybe because of that.
First place, and Brian is trying to explain after they have it. So you're killing it right away. Brian's killing it afterwards.
Yes.
Not exactly. No, I'm pointing out that our tangent, no.
Yeah. Yeah. Not exactly. I've seen this happen many times. They're trying to kill an argument, but Brian's trying to show a paradox. Why is QE trying to kill it? Ridiculous. QE just says, where'd you get your tangent from? Which is a ridiculous non-argument.
Yeah, I would answer to that question. He can take tangent from QE's modus tollens.
Yeah,
Yes, this
yeah.
is from where he
Yeah.
can take tangent.
Yeah.
Because in modus tollens we
you
have
gave
sphere,
them.
yeah.
Yeah, you gave them the tangent with your argument that you called the black swan. And now Brian's coming along to show how it's paradoxical, how you're meant to take the black swan. It can't be because this, but this is more geometric. And that's exactly why QE left this server. I don't know whether it was this server or the MEUK server.
Oh, that's not what I'm doing. I'm pointing out that the claim of a tangent is impossible because
Right.
you can't have only one vertical to a horizontal. That's the point.
No, the tangent's the problem, not the point
No,
that the
it's
vertical is
impossible.
Oh.
Tangent is the
Terrible.
problem? Why?
Well,
If you have a sphere,
it's
you
his
have a
argument. He
tangent.
should say that his argument got rid of the tangent. I think I've heard that Nathan Oakley say that, right? That's how they got rid of the sphere. Was by getting rid of the tangent with an argument called that QE called the black swan, a fallacious modus tollens. Right? Isn't that the story in the history books of flat earth debate?
Because of conclusion, maybe, because QE wrote in conclusion that the Earth, therefore, Earth is not a sphere. If it is not a sphere, it means that there is no tangent, maybe. But of course, someone could reply that maybe not a sphere, but ellipsoid or spheroid or whatever.
Well, it would
So,
be
you
the
know.
same. What Brian's trying to say is that pointing out that the horizon is horizontal and that all verticals would be perpendicular to that horizon, right, is a geometric fact that also says, how can it be a tangent? Which may be what we were telling QE, that isn't there a much simpler argument to say, isn't the horizon horizontal? But that's how simple it was back then. I can remember it.
Yes, of course it is true, but you know, it is tautological description because saying that horizon is horizontal, it's Yes, it's
You'd have to
tautology.
disprove it, right? You
Yeah,
literally
you cannot.
in order. Well, therefore, it cannot be a tangent.
Yeah, yes, I agree.
There,
I
you know
agree.
that's it. That was what I was telling QE, right? He made an argument with all sorts of numbers related to it and curve calculators and all of that. And obviously fallacious ending, right? It completely messed it all up, called it a black swan, and then showed people a picture. That's how messed up that was. And at the same time, QE was doing all of that. We said, wouldn't it be much simpler to point out that the horizon's horizontal? Which Brian's sort of doing now. He's having his own realization that it can't be a tangent because it's horizontal. And any horizontal plane would give you the same realization that it can't be a tangent because it's horizontal. And then you can stack up as many things that you want geometrically, logically upon that. That becomes a lemma. And you can build things upon, and it's on solid ground. It's never going to be shooken, right? Nobody's going to undo that foundation of your Euclidean thought principles.
Yes, that's why, for example, Globers, in order to with the attempt of disproving this thing, let's say, they are creating this bendizontal, which is still a plane, but it is curved plane, etc. But this is not what, let's say, flat earthers should do. But this is what flat earth math and others are doing, trying to do.
Well, no, they're
trying
conceptually, they're doing it in their mind, but they're not telling you that it's a great circle, because in their mind, it's horizontal.
Yeah.
They're still just conceptually bending it into whatever shape they want. That's how their minds have been able to do it.
Yes, and they are trying to convince other people that it is somehow proof for something. This curving horizontal and diverging verticals, that they can prove something with that assumptions. But I wouldn't say that they can. And in fact, they are not doing that. They are not proving anything within this so-called spherical geometry. They are handing to others to imagine things that you can prove something with this non-Euclidean geometry.
Yeah, but see, what QE's doing is he's saying, Brian, just say, where'd you get the tangent? Which is the same as like Fight the Flat Earth saying to me, non-Euclidean geometry, right? It has a nonsense meaning. It doesn't help you in an argument at all. Yet you will hear people with this rebuttal. Like, this is this sounds like let's say a troll that I've known quite a long time. There's no actual argument coming from QE at all. Not one. He's just saying, where did you get the tangent from? And trying to present that as a rebuttal as why Brian shouldn't be using his logical understanding of how he's found a paradoxical thing that has a proof, right? The moment you find the contradiction or the paradox, then you have two choices. Like, which one of these options that you have that are paradoxical can you prove? Because you can't prove both of them. There's no such thing as a real contradiction or a real paradox. There can only be one of these things true. It's just that the mind may comprehend both of them as being true, but then that's when you have the work to do. Maybe that's what QE's saving everyone from. You know, going in and doing this little bit of work where you come to understand how there's a contradictory nature to these two different things that you may not have placed together. And this is where Brian might be able to help, you know, jog forward the conversation to start putting these pieces together.
My point. My point is the tangent is impossible. That's the point I'm trying to make. I'm trying to show apart. You're saying where do you get the tangent? That's what I'm pointing out is the problem.
No, what QE's saying is they're conjuring it up. There's nowhere to get it.
Yeah, but if I put two verticals to their tangent, they have to claim one of them is not a vertical. Do you understand the point? It's ridiculous. That's my point.
So if you put two verticals to a tangent that can exist, you can prove
they must
that
deny one of them.
You see where
wrong.
That was QE's point, what I just said.
Yeah, but my point is that their tangent is impossible mathematically because they have to deny every, with the exception of one vertical, they have to deny the existence of all other verticals to the same horizontal. You can't have two verticals to the same horizontal tangent.
He's still saying it, isn't he? Like, I mean, imagine somebody blurting that out. Who should be saying that? Should it be Brian?
I would say, but I can't say bravo to Brian's logic. But in fact, we were talking here about that quite a long time.
Yeah. Well, what I'm more interested in, obviously, the arguments, it's well documented what we've been talking about, right? But here, where Brian's words, did you hear what he said? Like, let me go back and listen to exactly what he says, the way he uses his words. That might be far enough. No, one more.
My point is that their tangent is impossible mathematically because they have to deny every, with the exception of one vertical, they have to deny the existence of all other verticals to the same horizontal. You can't have two verticals to the same horizontal tangent.
Yeah, you can't. It's the way he finishes it, right? He makes his point, and then he starts saying you can't have something that you obviously can have. Right? He goes beyond to say things that he doesn't need to say.
Yes, but okay.
He should be saying, right after that, he should be saying, you obviously can have two perpendiculars, verticals to the same horizontal plane. Not that you can't. He said you can.
Yes, but I think it could be verified, maybe. But I think I give him benefit of the doubt that he's talking about spherical model, that you cannot have that on that model. But he's not saying that, but implicitly...
There's no such thing as vertical on the spherical geometry model. Doesn't exist. We're talking about a plane that is a sphere. There's no vertical involved in it at all. So the moment you use horizontal or vertical, you're talking about reality and not a geometric model. That's what we've been trying to say all the time. So Brian's in a position now where he's going to need to use the words of Euclidean geometry and Euclidean understanding to be able to talk to people about these things. But he's really going to need to know the use of logic and the phrasing of how to identify your subject. which he's at the first steps with, right? He's just beginning. He's just beginning his geometric, logical understanding journey. Should have started with the modus tollens when QE was back then. But like I say, we tried to show him the simplicity of the horizontal, and he didn't want to know. Brian's doing much the same, except QE hasn't brought his the black swan argument out. Why is he not mentioning it? What's wrong? Wait, I hope everybody can see what's going on here, because this is obvious to me. The one argument that QE should be using to describe what Brian's saying as a rebuttal, he can't use it because Brian's argument is sort of based on that.
Yes, and by the way, this argument is already sold to Brenda, I think.
Yeah.
So maybe
QE doesn't want it. Maybe QE told Nathan to give it to Brenda. Hey, right, here we go.
That's what
Carry on,
so they have to annoy one of
so
them.
better.
They can't have a tangent.
Oh.
Brian is Brian.
I'm
Brian
going
is.
forget it. I'm going around the circle.
No, listen, Brian, you're killing it after you give him a tangent. By
No, I'm not giving them the tangent. I'm not.
They're misrepresenting Brian immensely here. They're ganging up on Brian. It's 3 against 1 now. And Brian isn't being allowed to explain his paradox that he came with. I don't understand why they're doing this to him.
Yes, he has maybe not very correct wording, but he is saying explicitly that they cannot have this tangent horizontal. It is impossible. That's why he said they can't. And I don't understand why they jump on him.
Yeah.
On that. He's explaining why, because normally you can have, if you have horizontal plane or line, you can have parallel verticals on that plane or line. But they cannot have verticals being parallel. Therefore, they cannot have this tangent horizontal plane. For me, it's obvious, but they are jumping on him, Tensman and QE. I don't know why.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, right? Whenever you go down this line of questioning, right, you're going to end up at one point. Check it out. Try it as much as you want. You're going to end up at the triangle axiom, or a thing that they called the 5th postulate, in order to do some magic tricks. And what you're gonna find there is Cartesian doubt, which is a concept that they made up. I don't know what it's even meant to mean. Probably to make you doubt the authenticity of X and Y. I haven't got a clue. The straight lines, the perpendicular, because that's where you're always going to be. You're at perpendiculars, but the thing about the perpendicular is that it's a proof of the straight line. The straight line's straight line, and it's defined as such, right? It's known logically, definitely sound. But the perpendicular is a relationship of that straight line to another straight line in relation to itself. It's an understanding of these 2 straight lines, and they can only be straight because they form 4 right angles. All right angles are equal. All 4 of those right angles are equal, meaning it necessitates 2 straight lines. There's no other way you can do it. It's a proof within a simple axiom, but they'll try and tell you mathematicians doubted it. I can't imagine why anybody would ever doubt something so simple and so proof giving, right? Necessarily, your understanding of what straight is within those two lines. It's crazy that QE isn't allowing Brian to at least start the journey towards that understanding. Because you can hear it in Brian. It's like he's made a realization. Many people have done that. But this is what happens whenever you do that with people like QE, 10th Man, and his new one, John, refracted curvature. Well done. Keep going. It's
I'm
Not
saying
great.
giving them the tangent.
Fine. I misspoke. After they claim a tangent, you use two verticals to destroy it. What QE and John are saying is that you don't even have to give it to him because it's conjure.
See, I think what Brian's trying to say is that he's made a proof statement. Like, in order for you to know it's a straight line, then the perpendicular would prove it to you. And that's the step that Brian's trying to get to, the proof. Whereas QE's just saying, how do you know it's a straight line? And Brian's trying to say, well, it's because the perpendicular, and they say, no, you don't need to do that. You just need to say, how do you know it's a straight line? Which is very common in the realm that we've been in. Obfuscation. There's people that have been, I'm pretty sure, employed to do so much as obfuscate very simple statements for years. Sounds like they've either rubbed off on QE or QE's having to show that to everyone. But can people see it? Don't know. It depends how much authority you're willing to give QE over Brian. Brian's just just a normal guy making realizations for himself within a framework of a model that he's been given, and he's found a paradox. Obviously, there's millions of them. They're all over the place. But this is what happens when people point them out. Some people don't like hearing them. It just sounds like this one is QE, 10th Man, and John that don't like hearing them. Make of that what you will.
Yeah, but I can't stop them claiming a tangent. They
Well,
can
stop
claim it if
talking.
they like.
Well,
But
it's
the point
not
is that
talking.
mathematically,
I know. Hang on.
I'm trying to explain it. Mathematically, it doesn't work. You can't
Right.
have a tangent right, that's claimed to be, if they're claiming a horizontal, you can't claim a horizontal tangent, but then only have one vertical being allowed, being perpendicular to it. It's mathematically
If
doesn't
someone,
work in
hang on,
reality.
John. Hang on. If someone I'm talking to later today claims to be George Washington, I can mathematically.
What is going on? 10th. Oh. Yeah, Brian. This is what
think
it's
that
going to be
10th
like.
Man is slightly off because Brian's logic, as I understand that, he's trying to explain that you cannot have perpendicularity between vertical being straight line and horizontal being bendizontal. That you cannot have that.
Mm-hmm. I think so. In a roundabout way, right? He's saying that you can have, because since there is perpendicular relationship, that perpendicular relationship works all along the horizontal. And that fact is something that cannot occur on the dogmatic globe model. It's just impossible.
Yes, but 10th Man is going off topic completely. I don't know why. What's in his mind that he's talking about George Washington instead of geometry?
Obfuscation. This is what happens anytime anybody brings up any logic to this group of people. Now, this group of people was the Globe guys, as I thought. Now, I then called them Flat Earth Society, and you'd have to say put QE and 10th man right in there with them. Same thing, same tactics, no difference. Just people talking about stuff that they know nothing about, as though they're experts.
It's the first time I've been able to talk on the show, so let me just say, I think a couple points. First, I think QE and John and 10th Man are deathly afraid of any kind of logic or even the attempt at logic, which is what Brian is doing. Like, he could build a modus tollens around what he's talking about. We've done it here. So they don't want that. Now, you all can ask yourselves why someone like QE, who claimed to create a logical argument, again, Bev said it was fallacious. Agreed, it's fallacious. Nonetheless, they seem to think that, or say that they're into logic, but they won't let Brian talk. Why is that? It's very telling, and I have to agree with you, Bev. I think ultimately it's flat Earth society. You don't want anyone pointing out, having the ability to point out contradictions, because ultimately that's a blowback to you eventually. Now, maybe Brian would never do that, but can't take that chance, so shut him down immediately.
Yeah. And as Paige says, this is... We called it Paige's proof because quite a bit ago, Rumpus was doing these drawings, and if you can remember what Rumpus's drawings are like, circles with lines on them, and Paige quite rightly pointed out that only one of the lines can be perpendicular to the horizontal. Paige literally went through a pretty similar realization that Brian maybe had on his own. But I was there when Paige did it. She stood up and she was the only person that said that to Rumpus. And Rumpus acted like QE did right now. Tried to brush it off. So I think it was because Paige made that realization, and Paige wanted to express the realization that she'd made. But Rumpus didn't want people talking about that. Nobody else wanted Paige to come out with it to help other people make that realization. So they shut Paige down and didn't point it out at all. I believe the same thing's going on here. They don't want logic. They don't want logic to be talked of, and they don't want people making realizations for themselves. Because if people start making realizations for themselves, then what's the point of QE and Nathan? People can do all of this stuff for themselves.
That's the problem, right? If you can do it for yourself, then you don't need Nathan, you don't need QE, you don't need their permission. But it seems here that they definitely don't want Brian to have permission to talk about this sort of thing. All three of them ganging up on him.
Yeah.
It's pretty bad.
It is bad, isn't it? Public showing of it. But like I said, we've said a fair bit. I believe it's so nobody else attempts to bring it up.
As an example, yeah, using them as an example.
Publicly berate someone like Brian for doing this, then what would they be to some just random person asking a question? Like, what would they get? Mainly this sort of argument, I think. Well, I'd say this argument. Well, you can't have a tangent. It's not much of a thing. Brian's saying, yes, I understand. This is why it can't be a tangent. There's a logical proof of a contradiction. It's not possible that it can be a tangent. Which I would choose Brian's approach. Like we did a few years ago. But obviously met with... Let's see how this develops. We're only 13 minutes in.
Prove he's not, or I could stop talking to him because he's just conjured it up.
Stop talking to him. There you go.
The thing is, right, I can claim any...
That 10th man has just said he can stop talking to him. So that's how 10th Man furthers conversations with this logical approach that Brian's coming. He's just said, I'm just going to stop talking to people like that. Furthering the cause of communication. 10th Man.
Anything. It doesn't have to be true, right? But the way a claim structure would work is you make the positive claim. Okay, unicorns exist. Does it make sense to try to debunk unicorn digestion?
What's it got to do with the digestion? Like Brian's literally saying there's a paradox involved around this line being a tangent. If I can show you the paradox, then you will be able to see why it cannot be a tangent.
That's the lack of logic on John's part. And he's the
Yeah.
one who tried to take Saragaki to task.
Yeah.
Bad move, right? But that's John's illogic here. Is tangents can exist. They are geometrical. So if someone claims a tangent, you need to be able to logically refute that. That's what Brian's getting at. But
Yeah.
again, they don't want it.
Yeah, why? Like, why? Like, I know why. I'm asking that rhetorically, right? Ask yourself, why wouldn't they want to at least hear him out? Give him an attempt at trying to bring this, right? Just give him 5 minutes to present it. It's very strange. Very strange.
Or should I be showing you unicorn first?
I'm pointing out that the claim of a tangent is impossible. That's what I'm trying to point out, mathematically. In reality, it's impossible. That's my point. Not that I'm giving them a tangent. It's that I'm pointing out that their tangent claim is impossible mathematically.
That's right. Silence.
Yeah, silence, because
That's what happens. They've got nothing to say.
Process.
Yeah.
They cannot process that what he just said. He didn't say that he is refuting some begging the question or whatever.
Yeah.
He is just explicitly saying that they cannot do what they do, that they cannot claim a horizontal being tangent because they lose vertical. That's the problem. If they claim horizontal as a tangent, they automatically lose vertical.
Mm-hmm. They lose
And
perpendicularity.
Yeah.
No, well, they don't really, because they lose their center point. The moment you have a horizontal straight line, you lose your center point for the vertical. I think that's what he's trying to say, right? That's what, like, we were trying to say to QE all that time ago, that if horizontal is a straight line or plane, then the dogmatic globe model is impossible. It's that simple. And the conversation should be, from there on, what are we doing? Why are we arguing about flat Earth when it's so obvious that the Earth's not flat? And these geometric truths, do they relate to reality or do they not? That's where the question is. And I think that's where QE doesn't really want to go to. We've been having conversations for years now, all documented, all showing people the difficulty that you have trying to bring these conversations up to people in this arena. Anybody outside this arena would be even less understanding, really, or you'd think so anyway. You'd think that the people in this arena, the ones that are supposedly looking for answers and truths, should be able to accept these sort of things. But Brian's on a journey now that it's going to lead to, I don't know whether Brian can make it back again from this. You can't start thinking logically and be part of the flat earth debate crew.
Well, he can if he gives up that bit of logic. I mean, his tagline, his name is Brian's Logic. But if he gives up this piece of logic, then it'll be fine, right? But he's got to give it up. He has to
give up finding a paradox and being able to communicate it. He's got to give that up.
Yep. He has to bend the knee to these three sophists.
Yeah, contradictions. You're not allowed to bring up contradictions because you can just say, why did you say whatever? Put name of subject. You can't have name of subject. That's your better argument. Don't even talk about showing people contradictions because it's dangerous, right? Handing people contradictions is a very dangerous thing. That's what I found. Not dangerous. But to the minds of people that will be exposed to these contradictions.
And by the way, I think that Brian's logic, because maybe he has his eureka point, and if someone is not understanding this eureka point, he cannot accept that. But I think that maybe Brian's logic starts to understand power of logical refutation. Not pictures, not some, I don't know, evidence, but pure logical inferring that can refute some claims.
Mm-hmm.
And he starts to realize that you can disprove things within pure logic. You don't need by necessity to look at pictures or drawings or whatever. Just pure logical inferring can lead you to truth. And they don't want that.
Yeah, they don't want him to be showing people that.
Yeah, I think so. Yes, but I can admire his enthusiasm to a logical argument, because I can hear in his voice that he's enthusiastic.
Yeah,
he realized, and I'm with him because I had this eureka points in my life when I could realize.
You want to express it, and it's hard because other people haven't made that realization with you. So it is hard to communicate that.
Yes, especially when people have bias. So they are blocking logic incoming.
Yeah.
So I think that 10th man, refracted curvature, and QE are just blocking logic incoming.
Do you think that they've had their own realization and don't want to have it changed, right? Or they don't want Brian to have his moment of fame? It's not really fame, is it? It's just trying to communicate that sort of stuff. At least that's what you'd hope, wouldn't it? Within these shows, that people are just communicating, not scripted stuff that they're going to go and find out what Brian does and then they can do a show about it themselves and say about... I hope they're not trying to do that, because that would be bad also.
My suspicion is that because I have in my memory still what my conversation in YouTube chat like a year ago, or maybe farther than a year ago, with a Sleeping Warrior, and he was opponent for pure logic or mathematical thinking. So because he was talking about that experiments, etc., but my point is that experiment is an effect of your thinking. So in fact, proof and disproof is within thinking, within logic only. And this is point where they don't want to go.
Mm-hmm.
Because they think maybe that you need experiment to prove or disprove something. And in fact, real proofs are in logic or mathematics, because mathematics and logic are the same. But the whole narration now is that you cannot have science within logic. You need experiment. So this is a whole discussion with, I would say, not very honest discussion between fight the flat Earth and flatzoid. They agree that it is not a science. Logic is not science for them, and for Sleeping Warrior.
What? Not the science of reasoning. Logic is the science of reasoning.
Yeah.
They've swapped what science is, have they?
Yes.
Yeah.
They are. It is Francis Bacon.
The interpretations of words and how people use words. Yeah, this is Francis Bacon and Wittgenstein. Wittgenstein tried to warn people about this. All within the words, the whole meaning of everything.
And by the way, it is double speaking for me, because at the same time, when they are trying to get rid of logic and let's say put importance to experiment, at the same time these people like Francis Bacon and Kant and so on, they are trying to disprove our senses, and therefore these experiments are meaningless. So in fact, we will land with nothing. No logic, because logic is not a science, and no experiments, because we cannot trust our senses. So what we have? Nothing. We cannot prove anything. So we cannot know anything, in conclusion. That's bad. And this is the side when they are taking, I think, along with Sleeping Warrior and Flatzoid and Fight the Flat Earth and many others.
I didn't see the I can't see the point in listening to Flatzoid and Fight the Flat Earth, even from a spectator's point of view. It's just two people who have proved to me that, one person's called me a child abuser, right, in order to get out of an argument, and the other one has blatantly forced to give a proof. He denied the fact that he'd ever said that he could give a proof for flat Earth, when it's well documented within a song. The contradictions between Nathan Oakley and Flatzoid and Fight the Flat Earth seem to show that they're all working together for a common goal. Yes. And that common goal is to just confuse everybody, keep them away from understanding basic, simple logic. That's it.
Yes, and I think they are just trying to destroy science and real meaning of this word.
Yeah, knowledge and the accumulation of knowledge. Yeah. Sorry, was that Ed?
I thought this is sorry.
Yeah, go on.
I thought this argument was well known to these guys. They've heard you say it. They've ridiculed you for it, or shut you down, or turned their back on your presentation of this argument. It's not like Brian and QE and Nathan and all those. They haven't heard this before. It's nothing new. and yet they don't mention you in that. They don't say, well, we've heard all this from Bev before, or, you know, da. It's not, I don't understand that they pretend, you know, acting like this is a revelation.
I'm
Something
pretty
new,
sure
something
this
never-
has been going on, right, ever since Euclid wrote in that one particular triangle axiom, right? It's been going on since before then, because there was no purpose for him to do it as he did it. It's like an Easter egg. It purposely stops them imagining a globe. So they have to undo this geometric axiom. QE, as far as I'm concerned, has always been doing this. They don't want people to focus in on that very simple fact, which is where, if you take the geometric route that Brian wants to take them on to show them the paradox, you're going to end up at that triangle axiom, the understanding that perpendiculars are two right angles. Triangles also have the sum of two right angles. There's a relationship between them all. Now, I don't know whether QE actually understands that that's, you know, the end goal, but he doesn't want him to talk about it, does he? Pretty obvious.
Yeah, obviously. But I encourage
just-
Brian's logic to do that.
Yeah, but the Brian's logic's
Continue
going to end up in the same place we are, right? He's not going to be
Maybe.
able to do that. He's going to keep getting berated for bringing this up. So
Yeah, maybe it is possible.
sorry,
But
Ed, did
still,
you say you watched this?
I watched it. I listened in on it earlier. Yeah, and it was quite surprising because it goes on. I mean, it takes the whole thing. It's funny, but yeah, I kind of wondered, is Brian? You know, Brian's logic. He knows this argument too. Not the first time he's heard it. I can't see. I don't know unless he's had some logical epiphany and suddenly woke up and gone, oh, hang on.
Now
There
I
is
see
something
it,
in this, you know,
right?
or whether he's part of this shutdown scenario, you know.
Scripted,
If that's part of that, if it's
or
part,
a
I don't know. Yeah,
realization. Like, which one are you
yeah,
gonna make?
yeah.
But
Because QE's in
isn't that
Nathan's stream
scripted
today.
one a bit too much, right? Because how can
yeah.
you not have made that realization and talk about it in a in a scripted way? You like, even if you
Yeah, I mean,
were
it doesn't
playing the
sound scripted.
character, you'd have to understand the argument that you're trying to present, surely.
Yeah, you'd think so. But you know, it's this is Nathan's stream, but he's not. You know, he's not engaged. QE's there.
Well,
It's kind
QE
of
just
QE's
handed it
stream.
off, but QE said, "Can somebody else tell Brian what I'm saying?" when he hadn't really said anything. And 10th Man jumped in to defend QE. I don't understand what John and 10th and QE are trying to say, other than stopping Brian. But they're not just stopping it and going on to a different conversation. They're publicly trying to present a rebuttal, but it's not a rebuttal. It's terrible.
Yeah, instead of rebooting his argument, they are talking about unicorn nutrition and George Washington. So far, it's their rebuttal. But QE said that this is begging the question. No, it is not. Even in his presentation of paradox, he is not begging the question. He is saying why they cannot beg the question with this tangent. That would be
a good thing to have in your arsenal, right? If anybody ever brings up tangent, then you could use Brian's "it can't be a tangent" thing, right? You know,
Yeah,
like that
yeah.
would be good, right? To have that.
Absolutely perfect.
Yeah. Yeah, I wondered, when I first came to this and heard it, and I thought, after a while, well, why hasn't anybody else used this argument before, or will it get picked up at some point? That's why I kind of eavesdrop on these things and see what's developing. I was quite today. I thought, oh wow, here we go. Are they going to take it on, or what are they going to do with it? Because it's not a new argument to them. It may be to other people who come along who haven't found this at all, but these guys, they're in the arena, they know this stuff, and they've heard you say it. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? And is this the way that you expected to hear it? I mean, whenever you've heard me talking, I've been normally talking to, well, it doesn't really matter, but they show their dogmatic globe tendencies, right? Whenever I'm talking to people about this sort of stuff, it jumps up. But I don't think it's naturally the globe. I think it's the childhood globe that's been placed in there that's fighting back. It's some sort of a Jabberwocky that everybody has that fights these sort of things. I think that's been educated to people purposely. This is the way it's meant to be, and this is why Brian's having problems.
Yeah, I mean, for flat Earth argument, this is a good argument, isn't it? You think they take it on. I know, it destroys the globe. It kind of destroys the flatness of flat Earth. But you'd have thought that, that if there is some kind of rabbit seers community, that any argument would be welcomed, but not this one.
Any
And
argument
it seems as though it's just being put down.
Logic, isn't it? It's going to be part of this
Yeah.
Euclidean logic thing, especially within, because this arena is unique in the fact that they're talking about shape. So you can't really get away from Euclidean mathematical understanding, but the logic is so closely linked to that they're inseparable, really. And that's where they're going to have to go. It's just basic logic, but the proofs are within the perfect logic, as you would call it, right? The geometry. It's that's the logic that cannot be beaten. It can't be falsified. Well, can't be falsified through an argument. It can be falsified through three sophists.
But there's also, there's ridicule in this arena. That's a kind of rite of passage somehow, to be able to cross this border of ridicule. If you haven't got it all together, you're ridiculed in all these arenas. Even here, even not here in this one, but in Nathan's stream, QE puts people down. If you're not strong enough to stand up, then you wander off to the corner and tail between your legs, or you're banned, or that's quite a big thing to a lot of people who come to this arena. Really, is that sense of ridicule. Whether it's like a full-on pile on a glober, or somebody with a poor flat Earth argument. But that's quite a border to cross, to have that strength to speak or to have an argument. You really got to have your stuff together. So even Brian, who's seemingly a big character, is getting squashed here. So it tells other people that too. It tells other people that you'll be ridiculed.
Yeah.
If we don't like it, or you don't have your arguments, you don't have everything.
Well, listen to how confident Brian is, though, right? Brian's just not being allowed to present what it is he's coming across with.
That is his kind of persona too. On things I've heard, and in debating, he's that is his thing. He's sure about what he's sure about, even if he's not right. He'll argue it and argue. So yeah,
But in this instance, I would say that he is confident because he really understands his own argument.
Mhm.
It is not his own argument, but he made to him
Yeah,
as
Yeah.
his
there's
own argument.
definitely a paradox there, right? And
Yeah.
he's absolutely certain that he can prove it's not one of them. Geometrically, right? And that's where true proofs come. And it'll obviously have to involve perpendiculars to a plane. Which is, there's a book there with all of the proofs in it. In fact, the perpendicular to a plane is a definition within book 11. But it's a definition because it's a lemma that's been added to from an earlier statement in book 1 about straight lines. It just follows through that it can be proved, and it therefore becomes all perpendiculars to a plane will be parallel. A definition. Still silence.
Well, that's good.
How's
Can
it
you
going,
argue about it a
boys?
bit more?
Oh, Nathan Oakley now as well.
Now,
No.
I think
He said, can you argue about it a bit more? There was no argument there at all. Brian wasn't allowed to present his argument. And QE, 10th, and John just said a load of stupid shit about irrelevant things, unicorns and George Washington.
Yeah, it's unusual for him to sit back in his stream, not really to be dominating.
It did
he
start
has an
late, didn't it?
Yeah, he has a little bit of an explanation a bit later on, I
Yeah.
guess, but even so, unless that's why I kind of wondered, did he get QE to come in to, I don't know, cover for him somehow? He's not always around there, but yeah, I don't know. Conspiracy and conspiracy.
Yeah.
But at least Nathan Oakley seems to be interested in that topic.
Yeah.
He's not at least stopping Brian's logic from saying what he's saying.
Yeah, he's saying continue, don't end it. Please continue.
Yeah.
Which, yeah, this is what you want. You want more communication. I hope they're going to let Brian present it. I
I
really
think we
do.
made the point.
Okay.
How are you?
I'm all right. Just I've got very little control over OBS, as I've set it up from scratch, so I'm kind of doing that on the fly. But I wanted to have a live stream because the only way to test the computer is to have a live stream.
Yes.
So that's what I'm doing. But yeah, I'm just distracted with setting things up. So
Great.
this
I
show's
like
going to be
being
rubbish
part
from
of
my
the
perspective,
test.
unless you guys keep it going, which I really
Rubbish.
hope
It
you
was
do.
just getting
Do
exciting.
the gaming test.
Yeah, we were just taking a break for everybody to really get their mind right. We didn't want to get out of hand. So that's usually when you would have stepped in, so we had to back off a minute.
Whoa, what's that?
Well,
That's not on here, is it?
The reason we go this way is because there's so many contradictions in the globe claims that you could kill it before they even get to the claim. You could kill it during the claim, and you could kill it after the claim.
Don't you just show the contradiction? Let people see the contradiction. Isn't that what
Yeah,
we've
so
been showing within the argument? Isn't that the modus ponens, modus tollens way of doing it? You show people how it cannot be or how it can be.
Yes, and by the way, 10th man is talking what we can do with globe arguments, and Brian's logic is doing that.
Yeah.
That 10th man is not willing to hear that. It's just, I don't know. Now he is admiring the way that Brian's logic should speak, but previously he was arguing and stopping him from and preventing him from doing that. I don't understand what Tensman is doing. Really cannot understand his intentions here.
Yeah. Well, always obfuscation, right? Keep people guessing as to what's going on is the Flat Earth Society way.
Well,
Oh,
There are no
John as
globe
well.
claims.
Oh,
Globe can't claim anything.
There we go. See, you prove my point.
What you got is a bunch of retards. No swearing. What you got? You got a bunch of low people making shit up. Sorry, no swearing.
Well, yeah, that's
Sorry,
why it's a crap
retard
argument.
is not swearing. It's just description.
yeah.
Maybe some harsh, but still true.
Yeah, what QE means is that QE means is as an insult, right? He doesn't
Okay,
actually
insults.
mean
Okay.
the traditional sense. He's using it in a different way.
Yeah, hold on, Bev. I don't usually come on the live stream very often, so I just want to point out, is that not the reason why I flew off the handle that time? Because he was calling people retards? Pretty sure that's why I went off the handle that one time. It's definitely an insult. He's got to quit doing that.
Yeah, he's using it as an insult, right?
Yes. Yes.
Hmm.
Absolutely.
Yes, and I would say that maybe beside Nathan Oakley, but QE is the person who is using this word most or more often than others, I would say.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not really much of an argument either, right? It shows him with his how do you have a tangent rebuttal, and this is just another way of ad hom argument denial. I don't. It's a way of getting out of having a discussion for me, and it's not the sort of face I'd like to present. But other people have different ways of doing things, don't they? QE's ways.
Look, how many times have you talked to a normie who just parrots things? And then
Who's a normie as well? I mean, it's about time we start addressing this. Is a normie somebody that's not aware of this bullshit conversation that these guys are doing in the sophistry, where they try and interrupt people who bring up paradoxes that they want to present?
I would say that what Brian's logic is trying to present, it could be presented to normie mathematician. That normie mathematician would understand the paradox.
You think he'd understand it much more than being called a retard?
Yeah,
by QE.
I think.
Yeah, I think so too. I think the best way to be able to show people what's going on is by showing them these contradictions. But that's a pretty risky thing to do. Because some people, particularly within this arena, they react strangely when shown paradoxes, contradictions, and the like. They can react like QE, 10th Man, and John are doing right now. I noticed Brian's gone very quiet, and there's a lot of talking from everybody else, but nothing about Brian and him trying to present what it is. Crazy.
You know,
2023.
Heliocentric subject matter experts here. We start throwing their own claims at them, and they deny their own claims, and you're laughing so hard because they just debunked themselves.
So how many times? I don't think you'd believe that number if I told you.
Oh, I would believe it because you've done it more than me, and I've done it enough to know that it's a lot.
Well, their entire worldview is a contradiction. It's like they just call it a paradox and then keep skipping along, you know? Like, well, that's just a paradox.
This coming from the guys whose entire worldview is a paradox.
Yeah, and the guy that said that that's not an argument. Do you remember that when shown a
Yeah.
perfectly valid modus
said,
tollens?
yes.
He said that's not an argument.
He said that this is strawman.
And now he's saying people are just skipping past paradoxes. They may be. Maybe.
Still sphere.
The impossible eclipse.
Well, yeah, it's a contradiction, but I still hold on to it.
Yeah, I looked up paradoxes and kind of started reading up on them a little bit, and they say it's a contradiction that holds true in reality.
Oh, that's a good one.
You almost
See, this is why people wonder what's going on, I think. When you listen to them laughing about stuff like that, imagine coming this from a position that you're new to logic. Logic can sound crazy. Nobody's ever been taught it at school. If you have, it'll have been within the computer language and computer logic. They've completely changed the idea of what logic is. It now belongs with computers, and it's a similar sort of idea, but this logic is like a formal logic of understanding, the base sort of understanding. I don't know whether telling people that definitions of a paradox is a contradiction that holds true in reality, I'm not too sure that's going to help anybody understand anything about this sort of stuff, looking up a paradox. Because, I mean, you can do that. I mean, anyone can do that. Just Google it. But there's a certain group of people that Google things and then attempt to pretend that they understand it by having a joke about a certain statement. I mean, it needs to be followed up with, you know, why it's a bad idea and why he's laughing at the fact that a contradiction it holds true in reality. Talk about well, we have been talking about this sort of stuff for quite a long time. Let's hear it, John.
got that out without laughing.
Almost. I'm
just laughing.
I can't believe that I used to read this stuff years ago, and it sounded silly then, but now it's even worse. You know.
Delivery.
Well, I'll be right back.
They're coming to get you.
Well, it's like when you start the conversation about Earth spinning, and then you tell them, well,
is that not begging the question, Ten? By starting the conversation like that, like he's a little bit hypocritical, I would say.
Because he is using begging the question, because begging the question is an opponent's claim. But he is doing that, and he feels justified. But when Brian's logic is doing that, no, he cannot do that. It's double standard, sorry. Not
where
honest.
do I experience this? And they said, well, look at the sun, it's moving. So we're spinning, that's why the sun is moving. I go, well, could it be that the sun is moving and we're not moving? Could we be stationary and the sun could be moving?
Right,
Oh, no, that's not our model.
Did you want that diagram up, Brian? I managed to get it up if you actually wanted it. With A, B,
No, we're
C,
done.
Earth.
No, we'll put it up, but we're done with that.
Well,
Look
what
at
do you want?
that.
Better late than never.
No,
Yeah.
no, we don't want that. No, no, we're done with that.
We've done it.
Yeah. Don't let Brian have another go.
Yeah, what? That would be like the center be higher, wouldn't it? Like, wouldn't that be the way that works? Or lower, is it, if it's in elevation terms? I don't know. You'll have to ask Blue Marble and people like that, whatever they're thinking of. Oh. Yeah, this is this morning, Eric. Nathan Oakley came back. His PC's working, thankfully, and he's back live. And this is the new conversation that Brian's brought up. He's found this new claim thing that he, you know, new information. It's about vertical. in the center. I think it's the horizontal point. I think.
What do you want?
We're not going to start that again, are we? I was in the middle of something.
Well, all
Ooh.
I'll say is, according to our opposition, you can't have any more than one vertical to that horizontal
According
plane.
to our opposition.
According to our opposition, I want to discuss unicorn digestive systems.
No, I'm not. I'm taking away the unicorn. That's not. I'm taking. Nathan,
I'm
do you
not
understand
saying
what
you
I'm?
are. I'm
Nathan,
not
do
saying
you? 1 second, Nathan. Do you understand my point with that tangent plane argument they make?
Oh, Nathan can
Absolutely
Well,
not. I
you-
completely agree with your opponents. You're giving them a line
I'm
that they
not.
don't have.
I'm not giving them. I'm taking away the tangent. Their claim, showing that the claim is what did I say then?
I don't know, Brian. I wasn't paying that much attention.
Well, there you go. So you can't say then. You don't know. That's
I
my
could.
point.
If I,
That's what I was trying to.
look, I assure you, if I had been paying attention, I would give a very concise argument right now.
According to them, a tangent plane can only have one vertical perpendicular to it.
Wow.
Right? If they're claiming a tangent and are claiming it's a horizontal, which they always try and do for celestial navigation, they're claiming there's only one line that can be perpendicular to that. Well, that's mathematically impossible. A horizontal can have any amount of verticals perpendicular to it in reality. So the claim of a tangent plane is complete and utter nonsense. That's my point. If they're claiming a horizontal, which they have to do for celestial navigation and for surveying, they can't be claiming a tangent plane that's touching a sphere at one point, because you can have an infinite amount of verticals to that horizontal.
The only reason they do that is because they need light to be parallel.
Oh, they need light to be parallel. He's talking about a geometric horizontal. That's fucking terrible, 10th. Talk about obfuscation. I think Brian did all right there trying to explain. It's just unfortunate that he's talking to a panel of obfuscators that aren't going to make sense, because Brian's, let's give him the benefit of the doubt, right? Brian's had a realization, and he's not going to hand that over to anybody else on the panel, which shows, I think, the attitudes of the people on the panel. They're not gripped by his enthusiasm. They're not wanting to work out how he came to this realization that they might be able to join him on this path that he's been on. They just want to laugh at him and shut it down. And I find that that's what a debate's all about. People obfuscating points that people could be making, and laughing and joking, talking all over them and ridiculing them.
And they need the angle, which they can't have if the Earth's surface is used, if it's a sphere, because it curves. So they have to draw a tangent so they can have a angle that's represented at the center of the Earth with the equatorial equator. And the equatorial equator is not curved, but the surface of a globe is curved, and they can't get an angle. So they draw a tangent plane and say, well, light is coming in parallel, so here's congruent angles, one at the center.
Is anybody following what Ten's saying now, or does this just sound like a string of gibberish that he's
I
put
am
together?
following and talking about Strawman. This is for people learning logic.
It doesn't make
What
any sense, does
Strawman is
it?
doing, maybe it make, but it doesn't matter. This is perfect Strawman. He's talking about something else. He's talking about supposed implications of that. But Brian's logic argument is that it is geometrically impossible to claim horizontal being tangent, not because he said, of course, because of celestial navigation, but his original argument was geometrical.
Mm-hmm.
And now 10th man is going with his strawman.
Yeah, to light. Always.
Yeah.
Always to the
parallel.
optics. That's what Ranty was doing.
Yeah. Yeah. So has nothing to do with what Brian's logic was talking about. Because his argument is very simple. And it is not his argument. But he understands this argument, and now we can say that it is his argument because he understands.
No, you can't say that just yet. He's not actually been able to present his argument. He's outlined it, right, and give them the idea that they can possibly join him, but he's not actually made an argument yet, has he?
Not in full sense of an argument, but from what he was talking about, I can say that I understand.
Yeah, you can fill the gaps, right? Because you've actually also made that realization and put the proofs together, right? But what Brian isn't being allowed to do is to actually present how he can prove it false geometrically, right? He's just said it, right? And it obviously is possible. I'll say that. But I mean, if other people who are listening don't know about Brian or don't trust Brian's ability in being able to do anything because they don't trust Brian to do anything because he's said a load of stuff before that's proved to be wrong, right? This one, he could actually present a proof, right? They could get him to present it and then judge it as a proof for the contradiction. That's what I thought that these people were meant to be doing.
Yes, and 10th man is doing this right now. He's making straw man to prevent Brian's logic to say anything more about proof itself. So he's segueing from geometrical, let's say, argument to some celestial navigation, lights in the sky, etc. And this is called straw man.
Yeah, that's what we've been dealing with for a long time, right? We've been trying to talk about geometry, reality, how the links and proofs relate to each other. And people have always tried to tie it to flat Earth, exactly like 10th Man's doing there. Just bringing in something that isn't involved in the conversation to start off with, but it's being injected by what I like to call the Flat Earth Society. 10th Man. Playing the part. And I don't know whether this could be entirely scripted by Brian's logic. Like he could be playing a part of the person that's going to get ridiculed because they've got to have someone. This is a team of people who, shout at people and all that. I've got to have somebody there to do that sort of stuff with. That
was my part of speculation.
Yeah.
That, like Arwin was playing Baldwin many times.
Yeah.
One at the surface, they go, yeah, but you just conjured that tangent plane. Your surface can't give you that.
But the point is that 1 foot in front of the observer and 1 foot behind the observer, they're trying to claim is.
See, the point is that is 10th Man saying the plane's not possible, or the fact that the plane can't be a tangent, or is he saying that the tangent plane is being conjured up? I don't really understand what 10th's saying. He's never really made that clear, and likely it's an obfuscation.
But the very word tangent means that it has to be line or plane.
Mm-hmm.
So
my point is that the plane, is he saying that the plane's not there, or that it's not a tangent? Because he's linking the two together by saying tangent plane.
Yes, but you cannot say curving plane because it is nonsense. I don't know what tenth man is doing. I think that he doesn't understand fully geometrical implications.
Yeah, well,
I
it's
would say
logic,
that
really, isn't it? It's the chain of logic.
yes, it's poor logic. Yes. Yeah.
Not a vertical to that same claimed horizontal. A horizontal can have infinite verticals. It can be of infinite size and have infinite amount of verticals being perpendicular to it. They are trying to claim, in reality, that they have created a tangent plane that only has one vertical that can be perpendicular to it. That's
right, but what's
ridiculous.
the purpose? But what's the purpose for the tangent plane?
I know the purpose.
Wow, now this is getting bad. Like Brian did just say there. All you need to do really is to get verification that that is somebody's claim, surely, rather than shut him down to say that where's the tangent. Because Brian, I don't know, like, not that, you know, the argument's never been made before, but he makes a good argument. It's weird that he's making it to these people, right? And it's weird that they're not wanting to go along with it, isn't it? It's fascinating. Well done, guys. Flat Earth debate. Are you?
Yes,
are they steel manning the globe model, or are they steel manning? Is Brian steel manning the globe? Like, what's going on here? Is Brian steel manning the third option, perhaps the geometric reality?
I would say that Brian's logic is trying to keep it simple, and tenth man is trying to complicate it for some reason. I don't know why.
Well, welcome to my introduction. This is how I came into this arena, wanting to have conversations about, you know, facts within reality, geometric facts, and this is exactly the thing that you're faced with every step of the way. It's 4 years behind. I don't know. Like, it's 4 years behind, and they're no different. Crazy.
You don't have to tell me the purpose. I understand the purpose. My God, you hardly think I don't understand the purpose.
I'm not saying that.
I'm pointing out that in reality, a tangent plane is mathematically impossible.
Got it. When I said, what's the purpose? I'm not saying that to you. I'm saying that to a baller who would put that argument up. So you took it the wrong way. But I'm meaning this. What's the purpose of you drawing a tangent plane? Why can't you use the Earth's curved surface to get the angle? You know what's going to come out of their mouth? Because it's impossible.
Yeah.
Okay, it's over. So you're never using the Earth's surface.
Did he say the Earth's curved surface? It's funny.
No, what they're trying to do is what they always try to do, which is hijack reality. When I tried to make this, when I tried to broach this with a couple of them, by Charles Glover Math ignored it because he's not totally stupid. But the ones who did try to, only last night I tried it again on a comment on one of Flatside's videos, I put it to them, and all they're saying to me
on a comment,
the tangent is horizontal, is perpendicular to plumb. Like, that is completely missing the point. You know what I mean? Yeah, we know horizontal is perpendicular to plumb. We know plumb is perpendicular to horizontal. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, everybody knows that. That's their response. It's like, but horizontal is just perpendicular to plumb because they're trying to make horizontal be a local phenomenon because they're crazy. You know, it's like, yeah, everyone knows horizontal is perpendicular to plumb, but horizontal doesn't exist on your sphere, and neither is vertical. Because which one of your tangents is horizontal then? Show us the horizontal one. Do you know what I mean? Then we can do, but they can't do that. But they also can only have one vertical to that claimed horizontal tangent.
Well,
How can
yeah,
you have only one vertical to a horizontal? That's mathematically impossible.
you're killing it from the what's the words? Okay, let me just say it normal normal conversation. You're killing it from the impossibility of what tangents are. And Huey and John were saying you can't even go there because you got an Earth's surface that's curved. You can't just conjure a tangent.
You can just go there, though. That's the whole point of what Brian's trying to say. There's multiple ways of doing things. And what he's trying to promote there is the guy's going, you can't do that. No, you can't say that. You can't do that, which isn't really much of an argument. Brian's trying to formulate an argument together that you could present. This is frustrating. It must be to Brian. Because he's made a realization and he's not being allowed to present it. And in fact, it's even worse than that because publicly his thing that he's come to realize is being sort of ridiculed in public. In fact, it's a bit disgusting, really.
You're going into what a tangent is and the impossibility of multiple verticals to that tangent. It's just coming at it from a different direction. They're not even going to give it to them.
Well, I'm only coming at it from a mathematical.
I know. I got it. Look, Huey, are you there still?
Wow, that was obfuscation and then come for help. Call for help.
Asking for help, yeah. And Brian's logic argument is now clear because he said before that this plane would be infinite. So, and the claim is that you have only one vertical to that plane and it would be in the middle. Yeah. But if you can extend infinitely to both directions, it means that it can be not in the middle.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly the realizing Euclid
that's contradiction.
Test. Yeah.
Yes, this is contradiction because at the same time you can have a vertical, this one vertical being in the middle and being not in the middle. But you still can have it. That's why it is mathematically impossible. Because you cannot have the same thing being in the middle and not in the middle at the same time.
You ever seen a Vesica Pisces?
Yeah.
Well,
yes.
Each point of that bit in the middle is in the middle. They're both in the middle, aren't they? And the bit from either side is where the radius distance apart is a shared straight line segment. So where's the middle of each of those circles? It's...
Yes, the point is that claiming this middle is nonsensical because you cannot have middle in reference to a plane, especially infinite plane. How can you say that something is in the middle? It's just nonsense. So that's why you cannot assign a point on the plane that would be okay. On that point only we can assign a vertical. You cannot say that. It is just nonsense. But this is what Glober's claim, that you can have this vertical only at that point, this tangent point, supposedly. And Brian's logic is talking about that you cannot have that. This is impossibility, mathematical impossibility. And 10th man cannot understand that this is the point of Brian's logic argumentation. I don't know.
He won't allow him to present it. Like I'd be interested as to how Brian would choose to present this, because to me, these are simple geometric truths that, if allowed to be able to present, they should be quite simple. But should have been the job of every mathematics teacher at school to be able to present this as a, well, understanding of geometric principles. But I got this at a later part in life, right? So I'm looking at it from a different point of view. I was looking at it from a logical understanding, to be able to find the geometric understanding. So when somebody told me not Euclidean, non-Euclidean geometry, well, obviously you need to learn what Euclidean geometry is, and it's founded upon logic. So not or non-Euclidean geometry can't be formed upon that logic. Otherwise, then it would be Euclidean, quite obviously. So it's non-logical geometry. I guess I'm a little bit too logical to get there, but I can understand it because I have an understanding of logic. So I can understand what non-logical things are. It's things that don't involve any logical principles.
Yes, and by the way, if Euclid is logic, so not Euclid is not logic.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
non-Euclidean geometry is not logical.
Yeah.
It has to be.
That's as
Because
much as
it
I
is-
could learn from non-Euclidean geometry, right? I can use my Euclidean principles to work out that not Euclidean is non-logical. Pretty
Yes,
simple.
and it's not non-mathematical because geometry, of course, Euclidean geometry is a science. So because non-Euclidean geometry is not logical, it is not a science. So it is not really a geometry. It's pseudo-geometry or whatever, fake geometry, whatever. But not geometry,
Imagineometry.
not science. Yeah. Different, not logical.
Yeah. Anything can happen in imagination land.
I don't think he is.
Okay.
Gotta be honest.
Well, all right. So, for example, just the way some of these arguments go over time, you see a pattern. So you say either Earth is spinning or the stars are moving. Let's say you start there. All right. And so you got a baller on one side saying, no, the Earth is spinning. That's why you.
Spinning and stars. What a way to go, 10th. Talk about obfuscation of a very simple straight line geometric argument. Wow. And that'll tell you a lot. Welcome to the argument, 10th man. Obfuscation land.
You see the sun, moon, and stars turning. It's not really that they're turning, we're turning underneath it. And they say, okay, fine. Then let me demonstrate a drone hovering over a certain position over the Earth that you say is turning.
Drone?
How come when the drone goes off of the Earth, the stars are turning still? And they'll say, well, that Earth and atmosphere are spinning as one. You say, so is that your claim now, that the Earth and atmosphere are spinning as one? So you got gas behavior now you got to address, got a bunch of other things you got to address here. And then they give you an example when you say, give me.
See, this is why I don't like flat Earth debate. Like, 10th man is now taking you on a journey of incoherent nonsense about some sort of flat Earth rebuttals to an argument that nobody's ever made. And you have to put up with this day after day. Brian just tried to make a geometric argument. Like a real one. And where's 10th man? Gish galloping, I think is the term for it.
an example. He said, well, for example, like when you're in a train or in a car. I said, oh, you mean an enclosed system. So now you're saying Earth and atmosphere are an enclosed system. And so how are you going into outer space with these rockets?
Is this
how do you have gas
rehearsed?
pressure next to a vacuum?
Like, where are we going? This is terrible, 10th. Should have moved on from this.
The more you go into this, the more everything they say looks more and more ridiculous. Everyone needs to figure out this pattern, because then it leads to, and this is what I wanted QE for, was, all right, so the airplane at the equator takes off. The Earth is spinning over 1,000 miles per hour.
Is this not 10th man doing exactly what he was talking to Brian about? Just begging the question of arguments that they say. What's going on?
Yes, he does, of course. But maybe he is allowed to do that, and Brian's logic, for some reason, is not. I don't know.
The airplane maybe gets to 180, 200 miles ground speed before it can lift off. And it's maybe going at 600 miles an hour once it's in the air at level flight. But the Earth, for the conservation of momentum that they're claiming, is at 1,000 miles. So you're going backwards 400 miles? Is that what's happening? So everything falls apart when...
What? Are you going backwards 400 miles? Does that make any sense to anyone? I'd say you might be drinking, but I don't think 10th man drinks.
You take a globe perspective to try to answer these basic questions. When really, if you just say, wow, the stars and the sun and the moon are moving, I'm stationary, you don't have any of those problems.
Are they going to get back at Ed Bear? Are they going to get back to it? Or is this...
Is this the Occam's razor where it's... Look, you have none of these problems if you enclosed flat Earth. You have no gas pressure problems. You have none of these problems that I just gave in that argument that one bleeds into another. Whereas if you take a globe side, they all have to make up these things that it's no longer Occam's razor. It's like, wait a minute, now you're saying this, which goes against that. Now you're saying this, which goes against an open system, which you must have. But then the open system has gas pressure next to a vacuum, which is impossible. You follow what I'm saying?
Did he just come up with an impossible argument, which is what Brian was trying to do at the beginning? Did he just, 10th man, just literally do what they've stopped Brian from doing in his random gish gallop?
Yes, he is doing that. And by the way, Brian's logic argument was much simpler.
Yeah.
That he's making convoluted argument, which is understood, but only in this arena. Because, of course, I was, for example, many years in that, so I understand what 10th man is talking about. But, for example, for normie, it would be just gibberish.
Yeah.
Nobody would understand what he's talking about.
Yeah, that's when I say, like, you know, who would understand that? I understand that he's making half arguments that are rebuttals to stupid things that other people have said, that, you know, they're not really arguments. But you have to have been around here to understand the code that 10th man's giving out in these short sentences of strung together occurrences over many years, really. It's not helping anybody new to this arena, which I considered at first Nathan Oakley to be, right? It's your first port of call for listening to, well, flat Earth stuff. But I don't know what they're trying to present themselves as. It's just bad.
just a bit. This is kind of their normal stuff.
Yeah.
You know, it feels like they're just trying to get away from Brian's argument and just fill with this stuff that's just you can't even want to listen to it really. And that's kind of that's why I wouldn't listen to Nathan or QE a lot at all, because it is like this. It's this stuff that goes, doesn't go anywhere. So it feels like they're just trying to do anything but talk about Brian's stuff and get back to the nonsense.
Yeah, I think they're trying to downplay what Brian was doing and replace it with these other things that they've considered arguments because they've made them up, right? They've been present when they were formulated, talked about, discussed. But not everybody was, and they can't pick those arguments up from what 10th Man's saying right now. It just, if you haven't been there, that just sounds like rubbish, nonsense.
By the way, I think that 10th Man is trying to replace Brian's logic argument, because Brian's logic argument is really not flat Earth argument. And he's trying to replace this with his, as he thinks that it is flat Earth argument. So he's talking about this pressure, gravity, whatever, vacuum of space.
Yeah,
because Brian's logic argument is not about flat Earth.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense. That. I think people can hear that. 10th Man's trying to inject something. Brian's trying to bring something, like he said, it's new. He said it at the beginning.
Yeah, but they have to compartmentalize everything.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right. I just didn't want to, the idea that it's a setup or whatever. I don't know. I just kind of, it's kind of a realization that it's not all so straightforward. There is some stuff going on, really, amongst in this arena. I keep using this word arena, but it works here. Yeah, there isn't straightforward. There are some things going on seemingly, to crush arguments or only to push certain narratives, pretty much as the argument they were going against, to question the narratives. And now but there does seem to be a whole lot of narratives that must be followed, and you mustn't go outside of those boundaries. But it's just a consideration that, well, because this argument, they know this argument. This is what I find interesting. This isn't something new. They've heard you say it. They put it down. I've heard it in other places when you talk about this. It's just horizontal. So I just, it's just a consideration. I'm not saying they are definitely acting or setting up a whole thing. Really, it's just a bit confusing as to why they're coming to it now when they've heard of it all before. Really, I mean, certainly these people have. I mean, you've been in. I've listened to a lot of your stuff, and I've heard them talking. I've heard QE talking to you. So yeah, so it's just on that level.
What do you think about the chance that, after all of this time, because Brian's logic's been doing a lot of the celestial navigation, when the QE's fallacious argument that he calls the black swan, was swapping over to the sextant, Brian's logic and a guy called Flat Earth Egypt came round. And it was like a shakedown. It was one of the only videos, right, that I've uploaded. And YouTube said, no, you can't put that out. And I don't know what it was. There was What's Up was here. And these two guys, Brian's Logic and Flat Earth Egypt, came round to tell us that how we should get on board with the sextant argument. And we I said, I'm not getting on board with that. It's ridiculous. I can't get on board with a ground position for a light in the sky. Can't do it. My brain won't allow me to get on board with that, and there's going to be problems that I don't want to get involved with, right? If you take that on, then, and they were saying, well, if you don't, then basically you're out, right? You're not going to be part of this. And we've said, well, I don't care. I think it was a Saturday and I was out driving. I can remember it dead well. Conversation when they came round here trying to do that. So there's a chance that Brian's been led by this celestial navigation and geometry and, how 10th Man got him on board with it, right? So let's allow for the chance that Brian actually made a realization about this. And when you do make that realization, it's yours. And like you've just made it. So it's like nobody else has ever made that realization. You have. So you want to talk to people about it. I think that's what Brian's doing. I really do. It's unbelievable, as though you say that, the argument's been going for ages, but that you can still get that, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, it'd be good if he has made that. Good. But yeah, I mean, I haven't been, I found a lot of these arguments quite tiresome now. So I don't really go where I used to go and listen to stuff. Generally, it feels like there is a big impasse. Things are just going round and round, regurgitating the same stuff. I know Whitsit's not around, for instance. He's not streaming. Don't know what he's doing. He isn't not on his channel anyway, which a lot of people were engaging with and having arguments to grow or to talk about, really. So I don't know whether there's kind of a low point in debate or the questions, the arguments are going around. So it's just like rehashing of old stuff. When you listen to most
didn't
of
it
these
all turn
arguments.
into the electric thing, right? Because I think we watched
Into
Sleeping Warrior
electrostatics,
and Bob do the gravity thing, right? Sleeping Warrior and Bob had a big thing, and there was loads of drama stirred up between them two, and it was constantly going for a long time. So that put the split between those groups. And yeah, I don't. I've said it's been steadily declining for quite a while.
Yeah, it feels like that. It feels like they need each other. So these little cozy sit downs with McToo, or I mean FTFE seems to be over on the medicine server MMM thing seems to be over there quite a bit, so it's anywhere where there's some money perhaps or an audience or somewhere to earn a pound.
Fight the Flat Earth needs someone. It doesn't really matter.
No, that's right. Yeah,
he just needs someone to, because he'll ridicule anyone. It doesn't matter. It's like the moment you're going up against him or going to talk to him, then you're the opponent. And he's Fight the Flat Earth, so therefore you must be everything that he isn't. Which is the way it works, isn't it? False dichotomy.
Yeah, there seems quite a large rise in religion on telegrams and on these feeds. It's become dominated a lot by religion. Certainly on Whitsit's anyway, his thing is just lots of religious stuff, even though hasn't been there. But so a lot of these arguments seem to be going to there, that kind of that belief system. So I don't know. Maybe it's kind of reached a low point, and so I say that place of impasse that Yeah, where nothing's moving on. There's no fresh arguments really, and certainly no proof, is there? Nobody can actually prove anything. That's the point. You can with this, logical and close-up reality. You can prove some things, but looking at space and guessing about electrostatics or where what's the cause, or yeah, and what they call gravity is doesn't explain the effect, just a name, and so it's pulled apart, but there's no real clear proof that says that damns one model or another.
Well, I think there is. It's just that you're getting an idea tonight of why they're not being talked about. Those arguments aren't around because there's nobody to talk about them. The moment you attempt to bring them up, there will be a QE, a 10th man, Nathan Oakley, somewhere in one of the rooms that you're in whenever you attempt to bring up this conversation. Somewhere. There's always 1, 2, 3. They'll have as many as they need to shut this down. This is modern day conversations.
Yeah, I guess what I mean about the feeling of a scripted thing. There is several groups of people who dominate the landscape and the narrative, and if it's not allowed by them somehow, they'll put people down, even their closest followers. Seem to like it. They seem to like being put down, which is strange. Yeah, tends to be one boss man and lots of followers. Some have a voice a little stronger, but they mustn't really cross the boundary too much, which is quite strange. There isn't just like a free platform of voices. That seems to be quite rare.
Yeah, I mean, this does sound a bit... I mean, I don't know what Nathan Oakley must be doing something in the background, because he does seem to be taking a very minimal part in whatever's going on here.
Yeah, it's unusual. He said, he was fiddling with his computer, which he seems as though he needs, I don't know, you're streaming and what's involved and how basic it needs to be to stream, but he seems to have all this stuff he's got to,
Yeah, I don't know why he's got OBS. He's got limited OBS. I can't understand that.
Yeah.
Unless it's reverted back to some old OBS version. Should be on Streamlabs by now, though, Nathan. OBS was running quite a bit few, like that may be what's happened. It may have reverted back to some old programs. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm just wondering.
Yeah,
It's not
put it
factual.
down
It's
by
not true.
now.
It's not real. Yeah. It's just wondering about how these things are working out, and just questions really. There's nothing definitive about it. Just wonder why people say what they do and act like they do, and because
it's more fascinating than the actual argument now, isn't it? Trying to work out why people are saying this.
Yeah, because there's a deception that's been going on for hundreds of years. It's kind of you never guessed who it was until somebody told you about it or led you to it. So I don't. I think, well, that's quite possible now. But it is possible. So I wonder. Well, who would be part of the deception now? Like I said, the arguments that were going on in the days when the philosophy changed from, say, empiricism to rationalism, that kind of period when Bacon came in, and what arguments were going on there, who was shut down, how did one argument becomes stronger than another, who was brought on board to keep to the story and the narrative, that's gone on. I don't think it's any different today. But, so it's just not discounting that possibility and not trusting everything you hear.
Trust the experts, even if those experts are flat earth experts. I mean, if somebody's an expert in something that doesn't actually exist, then how much of an expert are they? I mean, I noticed they've switched as well. 10th Man said a little bit earlier that they're experts in heliocentrism, which it's just as silly, really, to me. I think that they know the model better than other people. Well, who's that? That's like Penrose type ability. Isn't it strange that nobody else is willing to come and have a chat with 10th Man about how they know more about it? That's very strange. This whole thing.
So something that's they have to make one part work paradoxically to another part. Do you know what I mean? Even though a train is a completely false equivalence, they must use an enclosed train as some kind of an example. That, you know what I mean?
But that's my whole point.
All they're doing is basically.
Brian's just trying to accommodate 10th Man into this now. He's trying to make him feel like he's part of it and trying to link the paradox to the train with the motion thing.
Yeah, it certainly felt like that at the time, listening to it, thinking, oh, he's got to appease them and get back onto the normal subjects. And
but he's still trying to incorporate the paradox, right? Brian, it's pretty obvious that Brian's seen something within the paradox. Now, it's the contradiction. I can't see a way out of Brian for this, because he's going to see it more and more. And he's never going to be allowed to talk about them. Because the flat earth not actually being flat, but being called flat, and saying that you've got a proof of flat when it's quite obviously not flat is completely paradoxical. It's contradictory. You can't have both of them. You can't have it being not flat and flat at the same time. It's the very definition of a contradiction, which is where they're going to have to end up if they ever start with the contradiction route. I can't see.
I don't know if it's going to go that far. Brian's logic saying, actually, the Earth isn't flat.
And that's what I mean. Like, I think
they'll
that's
stone
what
him.
10th Man's going like, whoa, calm down, Brian.
Yeah.
You know where
They'll
this
bury
ends
him in the
up?
ground and stone him.
He's saying you're enclosed. You know what I
Right,
mean,
but that's
isn't it?
my whole point. Their model, we're not enclosed. So all of a sudden they have to go to we're enclosed to make this part of their
Come on,
model
Brian,
try to
bring
make
it back.
sense when their
Let's
model
go.
says we're not
Straight
enclosed.
back to the paradox. Come on, defend your paradox.
See, it's say what you need. It's say what you need to say at the time. That's the way they are. They have to just make whatever, regardless of whether that argument contradicts official claims or contradicts them or contradicts a different argument they made. They compartmentalize it away. If you understand.
No, that's exactly what
they don't make the connections.
No, you're doing a nice.
I like the way Brian's doing that, because I've been I've been looking at the contradiction myself, and I've noticed that they can't actually see contradictions. So because they've had to remove the contradiction from their understanding, they can't actually see it. So the fact that Brian can see a contradiction automatically puts him as somebody different within the group. And I think you may find that 10th Man, QE and all of them, they can't really see the contradiction. They want to pretend that they can, but they're not allowing Brian to bring it up in case they didn't actually see it as a contradiction. I think.
Commentary on what I'm putting out as the problem. You're doing a good job of saying, yeah, but when you do that, they compartmentalize, they say whatever they need to say, even if it contradicts the first 2 points.
Well, you look at something like that. Let's take the tangent plane, as we've been talking about. What is it they're actually claiming?
Huey, now you come alive.
Right?
No, they can't allow that.
Right? And they have to claim that they're getting a dip correction from a refracted horizon. Now,
he brought it back. He still brought it back. He's doing well, isn't he? He's attempting to reel it back to the original conversation.
Yes, and the reaction of QE and 10th Man immediately. They had to interrupt him.
Yeah, QE's been quiet, and then he just
now
laughs.
he reacted.
Yeah. Interesting.
That's what you're dealing with, right? So, I mean, they're destroying themselves by saying they're getting a dip from a refracted horizon. That's the end in everything. But they're still willing to say that. And just with a straight face, and be serious. They're actually being serious. They're not even trying to lie or be.
Yeah, but when you get them to define refraction, they don't even define refraction properly.
No, obviously they don't. But it's.
Oh, when you get them to define something. Like, so is 10th Man saying that he's one of those people that wants other people to define things for him? Because I've met a few of those online. Interesting.
The very start of the whole process of celestial navigation is getting the angle, right? That's the basic start, right? Let's just say. Besides any small corrections you need to do when you take out the sextant originally, the basic start is getting the angle. And the first real world correction you're doing is the dip correction. And you do the dip correction, but they have to claim it's from a refracted position. How can you do a correction based on your height of eye from a refracted position?
You're 5 steps down the line. No, I'm sorry. You're going 5 steps down the line again. They can't even admit that the sextant exists.
Oh, come on. Sextant definitely exists, right? Who's QE been talking to? He's a little bit out of touch of reality, right?
I don't think that Globers defy existence of sextant. I don't think so. So I think he's going too far.
Yeah. I mean, if that's not obvious that there's something weird going on here. Paused at 30:33.
Yeah.
You go 5 steps down, like I said, man, because they have to have the horizon, right? You got a horizon mirror. How can you have a horizon on a sphere target?
Oh, what? The horizon's horizontal, is it, QE? Wow.
They can't. See,
Well,
there you go.
Especially with a circle of equal altitude, the radius line is not bent.
No, you didn't get it too. You got the same Brian disease.
No, I'm saying to you that
you've got the same Brian disease by saying the radius isn't bent. right, to anybody else outside of this arena. 10th man saying that statement that the radius isn't bent would be like nonsense. It means nothing. In fact, it's even worse than that, because there's an element of confusion to come in with that. Because you can't have a radius that's bent. It's an oxymoron. But these guys just took it. And QE's comment was, you're going down the same route as Brian by saying the radius isn't bent. Listen to it again. I think that's quite telling, this. Wow.
I can't. See,
Well,
there you go.
especially with a circle of equal altitude, the radius line is not bent.
No, you didn't get it too. You got the same Brian disease.
The same Brian disease for pointing out that the radius isn't bent.
Yeah,
like
I don't understand his comment. What he's talking about?
Yeah. QE obviously has an aversion to something that is like a logical rebuttal saying something can't be this. It's like he doesn't understand a part of logic by saying something can't be something else. It's like call it a modus tollens, right? It's the modus tollens. Rather than a proof positive, it's showing that something cannot be something. It's the modus tollens side of a disproval is a proof that it isn't that.
Yes, and this is reductio ad absurdum, so used many times in Euclid, because many of his proofs inside, let's say, theorem are ended, which is impossible. So, and then is QED. But before that, which is impossible, what is impossible. So he is proving that the opposite of impossible, of course, is possible. So that's kind of with disproving. And if you have only two options, so if one is impossible, therefore the other has to be true.
That's what Brian's missing out here, really, is that if P then Q, right? Because at the moment, all that's being allowed to come out is that this isn't this, right? It's not the full argument hasn't been allowed to be presented to show what the conclusion would be once you say that this isn't this.
Yes,
right. So other than like 10th man has just said that the radius isn't bent.
Yes, but you have different curves, multiple curves. So opposition of curve is straight, and the straight is one. You cannot have multiple variations of straight. There's only one straight. So if he's saying that cannot be bent, so he is saying must be straight.
Yeah. The 10th man's one, right, it is that. But Brian's argument is a perpendicular argument, which is a little bit more advanced, but also requires the straight line. Now, he's never presented it as a, this shows it is straight, right? The horizontal, not a circle. The horizontal circle or the horizontal sphere, as imagined within spherical geometry, is where he wants to go to. But that's the denial of certain Euclidean principles. And these guys haven't been down the geometric train, right? To go to see what's driving all of these conversations. It's not flat Earth. It's just our knowledge and, you know, how we understand things as a basic core concept.
Yes, but I still don't understand, because when 10th man said that it is not bent, of course, so it must be straight.
Yeah.
And then QE said that he has disease.
Yeah, Brian's disease.
So, yeah,
it's logic, isn't it?
Yes, this is implication. And QE is calling that disease. I don't understand.
Yeah. Yeah, that is ridiculous. Like you said at the beginning, where Flatzoid and Fight the Flat Earth both agreed that it's not science, right? Logic isn't science. Well, it's as though QE has an aversion to it because it's not science, right? As governed by people like Flatzoid and Fight the Flat Earth, right? It doesn't mean anything to anybody outside the arena, but the way QE is presenting this is that he doesn't want people to understand the simplicity within a logical conclusion, right?
Yes, so for some reason. I don't, and the same reason is with this sleeping warrior.
Yeah.
I noticed that some time ago, and now it is repeating in these debates, so-called debates. So it is a process. This is not accident. I'm mentioning Sleeping Warrior because this was the first time I had conversation with Sleeping Warrior, and he came to that conclusion that mathematics is not science, and it is even dangerous because he said that it allows mathematicians to do some things which are not, let's say, allowed in science, because science is only physics, whatever it means. But of course, I disagree. But now it is not narrative that the science is physics and experiment, but mathematics and logic, it is not a science.
Yeah.
This is strange for me, a strange way, because obviously it is contradiction to science, because all science begins and ends in logic.
Yeah.
Even physics, even experiment. Because if you want to have experiment, you need to think first about that experiment, because this experiment has to follow your logical inferring.
Yeah, if you mind your P's and Q's, right? You've got to mind them right from the beginning, like for why, sufficient cause. You need to know the reason you're doing something to start off with.
Yes. So for knowing what you are doing, you need to think first, and then to conduct experiment. And if this experiment is proving something, then you can formulate modus ponens or modus tollens, for example. So logic. So at the beginning of your experiment, it is logic to create hypothesis, what the cause is. And at the end of experiment, after experiment, you are formulating a logical conclusion. So beginning and ending of any experiment is logic, is thinking. So why people are saying that this is not a science?
He's QE, right? He is a flat earther, right? And a prominent flat earther that seems to be anti-logic. Calls it a disease. The guy's called Brian's logic, and he said, you've caught Brian's disease. He swapped logic for disease.
Yeah, seemingly, yeah.
I'm interested as to where this is going now.
I'm slightly shocked, I would say.
Like, how can you follow that? Come on, QE, let's hear.
No. I'm saying to you that the sextant, when it's working on Earth that's not a sphere, gives you a proper circle of equal altitude where you have a radius that's not bent.
10th man over the last few years must have sold more sextants than anybody else ever. Personally responsible for sales of tens of sextants. It's probably had a big run. I mean, I know quite a few people that were coming into this that were getting bought sextants. I mean, I've got one myself. I did have it already, but you know, who doesn't know within this arena what a sextant is? Measuring angles to lights in the sky. It's fantastic. So 10th man still selling sextants. And like Brian's logic when he came around here trying to sell us the sextant argument, which we said we're not having that. We know a bit more about arguments and stuff and geometric understanding of the angle, right? But 10th man, sextant salesman.
So it cannot ever work on a sphere because it's bent.
No, you can't get this sphere.
No, this is non sequitur.
Right. No, I agree. I'm totally agreeing with you. That's why the sextant cannot work on a sphere. It can never work off a curved surface. That's been said from the beginning.
Absolutely, it can. It can.
Yeah, you can go to a top. I said to Nathan Oakley, you can go to the top of a hill. Doesn't matter how curved the hill is. You can still use a sextant wherever you want, right? You just measure angles. You can use it horizontally as well. Doesn't require a curve or anything.
Yes, sextant is not making argument. Sextant is making angle, not an argument. So it can work everywhere. Sextant.
Yeah.
So when he is talking about that it cannot work on curved surface, I would disagree.
Yeah, what he's forgetting to say there, right? Brackets, within the scope of the argument that he's developed that proves a flat Earth, right? That's what he means.
Yes, I know.
Yeah,
but the statement itself is nonsensical.
Yeah, because we get back down to the use of words, but you know, he'll say that it's just semantics that you're not understanding the hidden stuff that he didn't say.
Yes, I know.
Yeah.
Yes, hidden premises and inferring, etc.
Yeah, you knew what I meant.
You have to have a horizon with a sextant, right? What's that mirror? What are those mirrors?
No, you don't have to have a horizon for a sextant. It's all right. It like paper just said, it just measures angles anyway. A horizon is not necessary. You could go down a mine and use a sextant to measure an angle.
Where's it called again?
That's the Mariner sextant that has a horizon. But when you use a bubble sextant,
oh God!
Hang on. This is going to strengthen your argument. It validates the horizon with the Mariner sextant because it's what? Horizontal, all the way to the GP. That's why they use a spirit level. Unless someone wants to tell me.
Wow, did he start sounding like he was talking to a little kid? Did he little kid QE then? That was quite impressive, that.
Yes, but he's mistaken still because there is contradiction in what he said, because he said that it is utilizing horizontal, but not while measuring angle, because this dip correction means that this angle is not from horizontal. And so you are using assumed horizontal afterwards, after measuring angle. So this angle measured by sextant is not from horizontal.
Yeah, but like,
to be clear,
it's got, right, one arm of this sextant. Let's give it a best. It's got a bubble on it, right? So that makes one arm of it into a level. Right? Now,
yes,
he's not placing it on a worktop or anything, right? And then checking the bubble. No, he's lining up the horizon. So is he actually leveling anything? The sextant, he's making sure that the bottom arm of the sextant, which is probably about 6 inches, let's say, maximum, you know, or maybe 11 inches, something like that for a good one. So that's 11 inches of level. Now, I don't know whether he knows about this, but they only work the bubble levels within the locality of the thing that you've got. Now, if you've got a longer straight edge, you can put it on top of that and use the straight edge over a longer distance. But he hasn't got that. He can't presume a level all the way to the horizon. That's fantasy. But that's
yes,
part of his argument.
Yes, but when he's talking about bubble sextant, but with normal marine sextant,
You're
there is
looking
no
at
bubble.
the horizon.
You are looking at horizon and you are on the ship, let's say, so you are a couple of feet above this level, let's say, or horizontal plane. You are above, so you are not looking across horizontal plane. You are looking down. That's why you need to do this correction, because you are not looking through horizontal plane. You are already looking down. So it means that this angle is not taken from horizontal plane. So this baseline, which they call horizontal, is while measuring angle by using a marine sextant, the baseline is not horizontal.
Yeah, that's what he says. The marine one uses the horizon, and we know that the horizon, with the position that you're at, is not horizontal.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah. That's why it is not horizontal baseline. You are calculating this horizontal baseline when you are doing this dip correction. But it is not involved in measuring angle. And sextant is just measuring angle. It's not establishing any horizontal plane or whatever. I'm talking about sextant itself.
Yeah, they're trying to get the most accurate angle you can from a thing that's about 11 inches, let's say, you know, large, whilst looking at a light in the sky and comparing it to the horizon, whilst on a boat, likely rocking a bit. So that's all they're trying to do, is they're trying to add in some sort of a correction, which obviously they're going to need loads of corrections, because it's never going to be that accurate. It can never be that accurate. That's when Brian's logic and flat Earth Egypt came round to tell us about this. It's just ridiculous to imagine that the accuracies that you supposedly need to be able to do what they say you can do are, well, they're beyond the bounds of the actual mathematics and geometry that's involved, because that's also impossible. Doesn't matter which model you want to pretend you're using. You just talk about the practical aspects of what is being talked about, and you see that 10th man's trying to defend a horizontal when he must know that it isn't, because there's actual calculations in what he says that prove it can't be horizontal. I mean,
Yeah, yeah, that's my point.
Yeah.
Because using sextant does not, marine sextant does not involve a horizontal baseline in this angle measurement. You are making calculations afterwards. This dip correction is only calculations. You are not measuring dip. You are just calculating it.
Yeah, but I
So-
think isn't what he's saying the fact that you do have to adjust it to horizontal proof enough that you need a horizontal, which I mean it's only for the Cartesian coordinate system, which is
Yes,
based
yeah.
within a Euclidean geometric framework. So I mean
Yeah,
nobody
but-
else has said any different than that. But the way that a 10th man tries to go about it, it's very convoluted, isn't it?
Yes, my point is that they claim, and 10th man claim is that using sextant, by using sextant, you are utilizing a horizontal baseline, which is not true. It is not true. You are assuming horizontal after measuring angle. And this angle itself is not based on horizontal plane. So it is not involved in measurement. That's my point. Because they say that it utilize horizontal in measurement. It is not.
Well, isn't it more? It's more than that because they try to use that horizontal as a proof of something, but never actually quite clearly make an argument about it. It's
Yes,
just convoluted, coming at it from weird angles, giving you a hint of something that you're meant to try and realize yourself, but don't realize stuff like Brian's realized something because
Yeah,
that'll
yeah.
get shot down. This is a different type. Wow.
Yes, and by the way they say that they are utilizing horizontal in this sextant argument, let's say, it is circular reasoning because this horizontal, which is used in dip correction, it is already assumed. So you cannot prove that you have this horizontal as a conclusion because you are using this horizontal in premise. So in this sextant argument is circular reasoning involved. It doesn't, I don't say that it has to be not true. I'm talking only about so-called sextant argument. And I can say with confidence that this sextant argument as argument is circular reasoning. I'm not saying that it is not true that we have horizon and horizon being horizontal, etc. No, I'm just saying that you're using sextant, so-called sextant argument, you cannot prove that we have horizontal plane because it is circular reasoning involved there. That's why this is where argument fails. Just it.
Yeah. The horizon's already horizontal. Just because
Yeah.
you point a sextant at it doesn't make the sextant a proof that the horizon's horizontal, or the fact that
Absolutely.
you can only use a sextant on quotes flat Earth.
Yeah, yes, I agree. Yeah.
But
That's
I mean,
my point.
10th Man is a good salesman, right? He's sold a lot of things to a lot of people. And he sold a lot of sextants to, I don't know, probably middle-aged men, boomers likely, wanting to prove something. Mainly
But he
to the
is a
globe, I think. I think like people like Betty are the ones that have bought the sextants to disprove this claim made by 10th Man. So there's a lot of people that are now go to Cell Nav, celestial navigation meetings, where they talk about how they've looked at lights in the sky.
Into the break is, I think, asking circular reasoning how. You are creating circular reasoning when you have the same thing in conclusion and in premise. So if they say, like Tensman, that sextant proves that we have horizontal being straight line, not bending, and in this deep correction, they are using already horizontal assumed to be straight line. So we start with horizontal as a straight line, and in conclusion, we have horizontal straight line, which means that we created circular reasoning, because in order to prove anything, we have to have different premise and different conclusion. If we have the same thing in premise and conclusion, it means that we created circular reasoning. And by circular reasoning, we cannot prove anything, because it is tautology. You cannot prove anything with tautology.
Caught me making a brew.
Okay, so that's my point. It doesn't mean that this tautology is not true, that it somehow disproves that horizontal is straight. No, I'm just saying that you cannot prove something that it is already assumed in your premise, because this is just formal logical fallacy. You cannot prove things even if they are true. It's like saying that a man is a human because human is a man. If you have the same thing in premise and conclusion, you are creating circular reasoning. It doesn't make it false statement, because we know that man is human. But you cannot prove that man is a human by saying man is a human because human is a man. It's true, but it doesn't prove anything.
Some men can be women, though.
Yeah, okay. Humans like men are mankind.
Okay, well, let's hear this. So this is interesting. I'm wondering if QE's going to develop his logic, aversion to logic. It would explain a lot, though, right? The guy who comes up with the fallacious modus tollens actually develops an aversion to logic because of it. Maybe why he doesn't want to talk about it anymore.
The spirit level
I
isn't
think
horizontal.
Huey's point is different.
I
Huey's
know
point
it is. I know. I know it is. But to be definite in how many variety of sextants there are, like if you were on land, you could use a plumb bob and a protractor because you can get your 90, but you can't do that on a boat. So you use the 90 of the star over the horizon, and then you get the co-altitude to get your 90. It's just a different way of doing it, but it's the same thing.
Yes, and this is circular reasoning, because if they
The 10th
say
man
that-
always goes back to the sextant thing. He can't get off that. He always ends up. It started off with Brian doing something. Now it's gone back to measuring angles with plumb bobs and protractors.
Yeah, but still, it would be, let's say, real measurement. But if he's talking about this GP of the star, it is assumed already that it is on the plane. So
Circle.
circle of even altitude or whatever.
No,
So it is
no,
already assumed.
that's different. What we've found out recently, you've heard the circle of you as you're looking at the star, right? Well,
yes, this circle around this angle. Yes, that
but-
you are creating this
yes,
cone.
but do you know that Polaris has a circle of GP.
This is for me
It adds an
somehow new.
extra problem, right? 89.2 degrees, I think it is, something like that. Which makes it that Polaris isn't at 90. Which supposedly must be pretty tricky for the understanding that you're about to talk about when you're positioning stars. Because if it happens to Polaris, it must happen to every star, right? Not just one.
Yeah, probably, yeah. Yeah.
So that's part of the calculations that, when we said, because apparently, this is apparently, the angle is 89 point something degrees, and then you're dealing with a circle of the GP of the star. So at a particular time, it will be somewhere on that circle. Did you know that?
No,
right?
That's new for me.
I know, I heard it from Betty, but there's a few people that are trying to tell me that everybody already knew it. And I'm saying, I don't think so. I'm not too aware. So that you're on the list of people that I've had a chat with. Nobody was actually aware of this. So Betty's circle of the GP of Polaris. It's interesting because it is there a spherical cap? It brings in the logic. Sorry if I interrupted you.
No, but strange.
Yeah.
But still, in this argument, this GP of the star, whatever it is, even if it is a point,
circle of the GP.
Yes, it is on horizontal plane assumed already. So when he's talking about the circle of even altitude with not bending radius, of course, so he's already assuming, I agree with that it works. But it is this plane, horizontal plane is already assumed. So you cannot create argument for existence of horizontal plane.
I see. When you're saying that, you've obviously forgotten about the modus ponens made by Bob the Science Guy that said that the shortest distance was a great circle. You see? This circle of Polaris brings into the question whether Bob's proof of the circle of the shortest distance being a great circle. I mean, it's if there's any proof, I'd say that's where it is. To bring these two, Betty and Bob the Science Guy, back together, I think.
Yes, because of course the radius on spherical cap is not bending because it is part of great circle. So a great circle is straight line, so it is not bending. There we go.
Yeah.
But still, in 10th man argument, when he assumes this circle of equal altitude, which is horizontal already, then you cannot use that as in conclusion, because your conclusion would be the same as assumption. And when we have assumption the same as conclusion, it is called circular reasoning. That's my point only. I am not dismissing anything about this celestial navigation at all. I am just saying that what they do is creating circular reasoning. That's it. Fallacious reasoning for proving that we have horizontal plane and not bending. Because they say, no, that's proof that the Earth is not a sphere. Or they say that the Earth is flat. Of course not. But it is not proving that the Earth is not a sphere, because they use circular reasoning. That's my point.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, the horizontal planes are an assumption just straight off, especially if
Yeah,
all you're
yeah.
doing is pointing a sextant at the horizon. Then, like, the horizontal plane is an assumption, but
Yeah.
I mean, to say that that assumption is the proof that the Earth's flat, obviously requires a fair bit more background
yeah.
information. They're missing quite a lot out, and it's making a massive leap. But I no doubt if you watch Flat Earth Debate, then 10th Man, going back over the last few years, he'll explain it all. I'm pretty sure. It'll be in there somewhere. It probably won't.
How about one on a Ferris wheel?
I mean, you got to ask Mr. Bueller about that one.
The Ferris wheel sextant.
Yeah, Ferris Bueller. You got to ask him.
The tilt-a-whirl sextant.
It's his day off. Call him.
What's going on here?
No matter what, you see, the thing about it is, no matter what sextant you're using, whether it's artificial horizon with a marine sextant on a boat, or above a sextant, right? They're always claiming a tangent. They're constantly at this complete nonsense. Right? And the tangent is not even touching the surface because it's a tangent they're claiming at the eye level. Right? Especially in an airplane. It's not even a tangent.
Hang on.
In the traditional sense.
Hang on. The horizon mirror
say tangent?
in the Mariner
I don't think they
sextant
do.
is where you bring the star or sun and you rock it on the horizon where the lower limb is barely kissing it. And when you can see it vertical, you say mark. So where's the tangent? Is it where the observer is or where the sun or star is at the horizon? Which tangent are they using?
No,
This is a double team.
You use the horizon.
Right.
Yeah, but
I'm going to have to step out of this conversation, ain't I, and go get breakfast.
Yeah, but they're claiming to use a refracted horizon to get a dip angle form to create the tangent. This is the thing. There's so many steps into nonsense.
Guys are some comedians this morning.
You think that's where your hand is? No, that's not where your hand is. It's refracted.
You think that's air you're breathing right now?
Oh, is Nathan coming in as well? That's
You
interesting.
think that's air you're breathing right now?
You guys should try to start a show or something. Oh, we are on a show. All right, carry on.
So how's things working?
For everybody who doesn't know,
I'm
that
nearly there. I've
air you're
spent
breathing
three-quarters of
comment,
this live show saying
that's
nothing
from
and
the
just setting up
Matrix.
scenes.
From what?
That's from the Matrix. That's when Neo and Morpheus are fighting in that dojo, and he gets his ass kicked for the third time. He's huffing and puffing, and he looks at him and goes, "You think that's air you're breathing?" Oh, movie buff.
But on the other hand, from the audience's perspective, looks pretty good. I got my Zoom, which looks good. I got my presentation for Skype, zooming in for videos. What else have I got? A webcam looking at a load of mess. That now works. My main screen. Got my chat if I need to. I'm getting there, man. I'm definitely getting there. This tomorrow might be a proper show.
Is that a comprehensive list? We want to know everything you got.
All right, I've got my DDR6000 running at 52 mega transfers per second at 1.25 volts. My CPU is running stock, but at a 0.4 volt undervolt or an offset, minus 0.4 or minus 0.04 offset. The GPU is running at 2745 at 0.95 volts. And it's all running quite happily. The fans are all running constantly at 500 RPM. So it's basically a normal computer now instead of it trying to be passive. I've just given up on that and it's now just running normally. And that's about it. Yeah, it's okay. It's got 2 new hard drives in it that as of about 15 seconds ago set up to the point where I could like transfer this onto a mirror of the drive in case that happens again, which I'll ask my tech guy to help me do. So I've got like a copy should another drive fail again. And yeah, I'm quite happy. It's just as twitchy as it was. It's the same computer, so I'm in no way more confident that this was going to be more stable. But I'm happy it's working. I'm happy I've got every bit of software that I need to actually broadcast.
It sounds great.
Here, and it looks pretty, and I can shout out super chats, and I can just about get into Discord, and hopefully the sound settings will remain the same when I set up tomorrow. They probably won't, but we'll see.
I was being facetious.
I know you were, but I'm going to take the opportunity. You've asked me. It's the only thing on my brain at the moment. So if you're asking me to argue with Brian, I'm going to struggle. If you ask me to tell you what tech specifications I've currently got running, I can do that.
Interesting.
Okay, carry on, as you were.
All right. Guess who's back?
Who?
Oh,
Wave is not a thing.
What?
what's it?
I can't hand you a wave, but I can wave at you.
I'm lost. I don't know this person.
What's he going on?
I'm not sure. We don't know who you're talking about.
Really?
Well, if it's not Witsit, then I don't know.
Yeah, it is. It is shits at 40.
Oh, it's Witsit. All right.
Yeah, a wave is not a thing. You guys.
Oh, a wave.
Rooms this morning.
A wave is not a thing. I didn't know what you were saying with your Elmer Fudd voice.
With your Elmer Fudd voice. A wave is not a thing.
Well,
has QE actually got anything, or is it just denial of other people and other things?
Yeah, I heard him. Happy days, man. Happy days.
So the guy who wants a wave to be something says it's not a thing.
Yes.
That's par for the course.
It's a problem with nouns and verbs.
Yes, I have problem also because for me, wave is a noun, so it is a thing.
Yeah, like a wave within the ocean. You can see that. That's definitely a thing.
Yeah,
and like the waves within sound can definitely be measured as a thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, they would be things. But I mean,
you
is
can
he talking
see.
about light?
Yes, probably. For me, it is not a problem because, as I said before, I'm pretty sure that the light is the same as the sound, and we can see, for example, with the sound, we can see if you have, for example, a bass speaker.
Yeah,
you can literally see that the membrane is moving back and forth. You can see that. It's not a problem. So it is of course phenomenon, moving air, but it is moving in some, let's say, pattern or shape, let's say. So I would say that you can say that this is a thing, or at least phenomenon, something existent.
Nouns, they're names for stuff. Like when we say it's not a concrete noun, as in it's not a concrete thing that you can name, like a tree. So what's the problem with... We'll start there. You said nouns and verbs, did you say? Like doing words?
Yeah, we don't have to go too far into this. It's just that he misunderstands nouns and verbs. That's the level that we're at here.
I was intrigued. I mean, when you came to me with basic science, I looked at you like, what? 5th grade? I don't remember any of this.
Wow.
So basic English, no different, right? That's the level we're at when we get to our mid-40s for me. You know, suddenly you're studying basic science and basic English at a 5th grade level, going, wow, aren't we smart?
Yeah, get ready. It's round 200 from Numpty Dipshits. Sorry, no swearing.
Are you saying that?
Is this an attempt to cement an argument?
No, we're not talking about concrete nouns.
QE, are you alluding to you heard some stuff in the past 2 days?
Yes.
That requires you to respond to it.
I don't need to respond to anything. It's just
Isn't
it's
that
a
what he's doing
responding.
now? Isn't that what this is?
What I heard yesterday was some stupid, very stupid things. What I want
Exactly what he's
is
doing right
some
now.
of their idiot followers to.
Yeah, what's he talking about? He's heard some stupid shit and he wants people to get behind him because he's not going to tell you what the stupid shit is, but he wants you to think about somebody who said some stupid shit that he's not going to tell you what it is. This is how you sway people's minds. I call this a form of slander. He's inciting a group of people towards disliking somebody else over a ridiculous statement that he's not going to tell you what it was.
Yeah, but, for me, it is at least trolling.
Yeah.
Because of just nonsense.
Are we going to get back to it? I don't want to be going over.
But they can't parrot it because it's so ambiguous and stupid. They can't do it. So no one can do it. But I'd just like to hear that one time, just out on the economy, and just somebody come up to me with that ambiguous, nonsensical horse shit. No swearing.
Are you saying that even a parrot wouldn't repeat this stuff?
No. It's too stupid. It sounds sciencey, but it's like, this is what it's exactly like. I've said this many times. It's like Elmer Fudd. Now we got a bunch of Elmer Fudds, by the way, but I digress. It's like Elmer Fudd giving the keynote address at a metabolic pathway convention. But the audience is so stupid, they can't catch on to it because the guys that the Elmer Fudds that are talking, they make it sound at least a little, just a tiny bit like technical
Not like you
or
either.
sciencey. It's an absolute. The position that I heard yesterday is
That's not why that they don't understand it. I don't
What
understand
is
a
the
goddamn
position?
word that he just
What is
said.
the position besides
He's not said
wave is
anything.
not a thing?
I know. That's what I'm
God.
saying.
Yeah, just the normal stuff.
No wonder you
It's
don't know
just-
what he's saying.
They're just regurgitating it. You know, after we killed it like 35, 45 times, I really don't know what it is because they really didn't say anything. I didn't get it. It was disconnected drivel. You'd have to listen to it.
Speaking of disconnected
Kind of
dribbles,
like
sorry to interrupt.
using a particle accelerator to prove it's not a particle.
That wasn't brought up. No, oh, wait a second. Yes, it was.
I was listening into Ballbusters, and it got to the Arwinian paradox. I'm like, oh, well, you know, Arwin's there. No harm. He'll get there. And it took him about 5 minutes. I mean, he did get there, don't get me wrong. Hey, Arwin, to go through the Arwinian paradox. But it struck me that it's often me summarizing it rather than Arwin summarizing it.
Yep.
And it was, no offense to Arwin, it was god-awful. Yes, you could listen
I
to
wanted
that.
to wring his neck.
I did. I was sitting there thinking, my computer wasn't working at that point. I could do nothing, to join. But I was sitting there thinking, you can't refract the horizon with an R value that requires a physical, non-refracted horizon to measure. That's the paradox.
Yeah.
I'm glad I got that in here, where it's totally relevant. Oh, someone's hit the super chat and I've missed it. Hold on a second. I must, as I'm now on the ball. Check it out. I'm on the ball and I can shout out. Johnny Grabovic? Johnny Grabovic. What a wonderful name. Who's joined as a new member. Thank you very much for joining. And also, Retro Bill, who says, infinite vertical planes demand infinite horizontal planes. There you go.
Well, aren't you special?
What makes him special, did you say?
No, I said you're special because super chats they've been few and far between. My wife is pissed.
Wow, QE's not making enough money. Not getting enough super chats? That must be bad.
Yeah, you
Couldn't
heard
get
that
worse.
from QE. Smash the super chat here and now for me, because it's obviously that important to QE's wife that I get lots of super chats having been off for a week.
You want to
don't give
repeat
it to
your
QE. Send your
summary
money
of
to
the
Nathan.
Arwinian paradox?
He needs it for his PC.
Why?
Yeah, did I not do a good job
I'm
the
going to
first time?
write it down. I'm going to write it down. I was getting there, but he spoke too fast.
Okay, so you can't refract the horizon with an R value that requires you measure the horizon to get the R value. They're saying, well, it's refracted. How is it refracted? Well, it's refracted with terrestrial refraction at a rate of the radius. How'd you get the radius? With a physical geometric horizon. So the horizon that you're refracted is refracted with a value of R derived from a geometric horizon. That's right. No, that's paradoxical.
No, it is not. As I said before,
They don't understand, do they? They're not good at this.
First, this Arwinian, they say Arwinian paradox. It is not paradox. It is at best Arwinian dilemma, because you have two ways of proving something, and when you use refraction, you cannot use so-called geometric argument, because refracted argument kills geometric argument. And if you use geometric so-called argument, you are killing refracted argument. And that situation is called dilemma, not paradox. And by the way, when he's talking about this R value inside of terrestrial refraction, it means that the same thing as I was talking about this horizontal plane and sextant. It is just creating circular reasoning. So it is not creating paradox, it is creating circular reasoning, not paradox. So what they name Arwinian paradox in Arwinian version is dilemma, and this, what Nathan Oakley described right now, it is circular reasoning, not paradox.
But it's circular reasoning that he's made up, because I've never heard anybody else say that. Literally, you know, like we've dealt with the horizon and talked about that more than anybody, I would imagine, and about the fact that it's horizontal and how it's impossible for you to be able to measure a distance to it.
Yes, but it is still this globe argument, which was improved, quote unquote, improved by this terrestrial refraction. And this is what this Mick West and Walter Brislin did, because they added to explain how we see, because what we see, it doesn't match this, let's say, geometrical argument. It doesn't match. So they added and invented and added terrestrial refraction. And in that terrestrial refraction is R value. It means that in order to prove a sphere with that R, they are using terrestrial refraction with R already inside of this terrestrial refraction. It means that they are just creating circular reasoning. So we have R in premise and R in conclusion. And
so why does Nathan Oakley think that's a contradiction then, in order to tag paradox?
He said that this is paradox. It is not. It is fallacious argument, but it is not paradox. It is just circular reasoning.
Paradox would require the contradiction.
Yes, and that you have contradiction in with premise, for example, like Dodo argument. Let's assume that Dodo dodos don't exist, and then we start that if they dodo are this species, they are birds or not birds, and in conclusion you have contradictory conclusion that they exist and they don't exist. This is paradox.
Yep.
Nothing to do with what Nathan Oakley just said, because he just expressed circular reasoning, not paradox. They are using words they don't seemingly don't understand what is what. They are different fallacious arguments. We have non sequitur, we have circular reasoning, and one of the way that creates circular reasoning is begging the question, because if you are begging the question, you need circular reasoning. It's goes that way, and you have also paradoxic or impossible conclusion. Yes, so I said non sequitur. There are many minor within premises as you are using, for example, illicit minor, or you are using a contradiction.
We just do one at a time. Nathan Oakley's called paradox. It just isn't. There is no contradiction within it, and Paper's just explained it's definitely circular reasoning.
Yeah.
Pretty obviously circular reasoning.
You can't use an unmeasured value to claim you have a refracted position based on that unmeasured value. And the basis and proof for this refracted position is the unmeasured value.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? It can't be done.
Exactly.
Total
you go, what do you mean you can prove?
Why did Darwin take long to do that?
He was drinking.
You can prove the position of the rainbow. Well, how do you position the rainbow physically? Well, because of its refracted value. Okay, and what's that based on? Well, it's based on the physical position of the rainbow. And then we derive the refracted value for the rainbow's position in refracted terms from the physical measurement of the rainbow. How do you get the physical measurement of the rainbow? Well, you don't, but we've got the value, and we need...
I think he's explaining circular reasoning quite well there.
Yes, perfect circular reasoning.
Definitely not a paradox. No.
Need that value for the physical position to refract the rainbow. No, that's just paradoxical nonsense.
No, Nathan. That's circular reasoning.
No, you can derive R from the refracted position. That's what do you know what I mean? R has become a derivative of a claimed refracted position that's based on the measurement of the R that you can only derive from the refracted position.
I love it. This becomes an infinite. This has become. I love it. They turn a paradox in rebuttal into an infinite regress fallacy. That's what's happening.
No, this is not infinite regress.
It's just circular reasoning, Nathan.
Circular, yes, and that's premise become conclusion, and conclusion become premise, etc.
Circular reasoning.
That's why it is called circular, because you are making infinite loop, and infinite loop is not infinite regression.
No.
Infinite regression is, for example, if you are making begging the question fallacy in regress. So in order to prove something, I need to assume something. But in order to prove my assumption, I need to make another assumption. But to prove this first assumption, I need to make another assumption. And this is called infinite regression. But it is not circular. So you are not making loops. You are just regressing or progressing. But this is linear, not circular. So it is regression. So yes, so that's the difference. Loop, infinite loop, or infinite progression or regression. This is not what he said, that this is not paradox and not infinite regression in that case. Infinite regression is something else.
Interesting,
he's-
though, that he is
yeah.
attempting to do that and not noticing the circular
Yeah.
nature of yeah, that is interesting.
Yeah.
Am I correct, QE? This becomes them kicking the can down the road. Well, we get the refracted position for the non-refracted
He's
position
asking
from the
QE
refracted
if he's
position.
correct. QE's not answering.
Where'd you get the
That's
non-refracted refracted position for the non-refracted position? Well, we get that from the refracted non-refracted refracted position when we got it from the non-refracted refracted non-refracted refracted position when we were refracting it. We see that when it's refracted.
Well, Ruhif is the best at it. Ruhif is the.
Did that help anyone?
No.
No.
And by the way, when he is doing, this is completely different story. When he is saying that refracted, non-refracted, so this is kind of reasoning. It is used, of course, by negation and double negation. This is how you can create a rather convoluted proof for impossibility. But this is chain reaction. You are making statements with contradiction. So white, not white, not white, not white, therefore white, etc. And you are going to conclusion further. For example, for impossibility or to prove absurd. But this is not the case. So I don't know why he's using that.
It seems like they're obfuscating logic.
Yes.
When it should have been started off with Brian very simply being able to explain a contradiction. He wasn't allowed to do that. And we've just had people attempting to override what should have been a really simple demonstration by Brian of his paradox. And look at where we are now. Like, everybody's in a mess. Nobody knows what's going on. They've all denied Brian, and even Brian's still in there trying to agree with them or get his point across. I think it's...
Yeah, so he didn't make his point on the original, let's say, argument. But now everyone is, especially Nathan Oakley, is showing how they know logic.
Yeah.
They are making terrible mistakes because they cannot name properly logical fallacies here. So not Arrhenian paradox, not because Arrhenian dilemma, not infinite regression because infinite loop, and not paradox because circular reasoning. This is the level of logic they know.
A few years behind, right? Like, literally. Yeah. Some of us start with a little bit of logic, natural logic, and the rest of it is, it falls into place. Logic is something that when you hear it, it's like you already knew it, but you didn't. No, because nobody else had ever said that to you, but it just feels natural. That I think it's the way it associates itself in the mind, right? It helps you order your mind to make it clearer. So you recognize the information because you can see it clearly. I don't know whether that's what happens whenever Nathan does that. I mean, not to me. I just hear nonsense. It just sounds ridiculous. You can't get a grip on what he's saying. None of them, really. I'm trying to put myself in the in the position of somebody who's never heard logic, because that can be intimidating. When you first hear logic, it's sort of mathematical, but it's using words, and It's foreign.
Yes, but it can be comprehended. This is because we use logic every day. This is like using grammar, because when we speak, not me in English, but when you speak in your native language, you speak grammarly, but not you don't need especially to be very educated in grammar. You just speak grammarly because this is how you was taught to speak. So you don't even know that you are talking grammarly. So we think logically, but in most cases we cannot name this logical process. What's going on? We don't know, but we are using that. That's why, for example, we know how to drive a car, but not necessarily we need to know how the engine works and the whole stuff in the car. We don't need to know that to drive a car. But it is good to know how engine works in cars, etc. Because if something fails, maybe we can fix it, or at least we know what's wrong with the car. The same thing is with logic. If we don't know what logic is, but we are still using it, we can say some logical things without knowing that we are thinking logically. But if something is wrong, especially within sophistry, we cannot spot what's wrong. Only gods can tell us that something is wrong in that statement, but we don't know what. And the knowledge about logic will give us this ability to know what's wrong with logic. That's the difference.
Yeah, a shout out to the two guys super chatting. Thank you very much, Skeptic. If we are being broadcast to your co-workers, that sounds great. Hope we do justice. Thank you very much, and thanks to you as well, God. Makes it worth it. Thanks, guys. Yeah, it's interesting that, you know, after all this time, it seems like they're at least attempting logic, right?
Yeah.
And I know that when we started on this logic thing, journey or whatever, then it brought other people in. So hopefully that might occur with Nathan Oakley, right? He might find that there are some logical thinkers that do end up joining. But imagine trying to correct any of these people on any of this stuff. It'd be funny, wouldn't it? I mean, it wouldn't be funny for anybody that, you know, went in there thinking, I think I might have spotted a fallacy.
Imagine this, that I would be on this Nathan Oakley show and I would spot these fallacies and will say what would happen. they when you brought your argument there, they were calling you names.
Yeah, that's not an argument. That's not a rebuttal. How do you think you are to call us? You don't. What do you know?
Yes, so I would say that they would call me much worse names than you.
Yeah, I think you get shut down quicker than Brian's logic at bringing a paradox. I think Brian knows, though, right? He's shrunk into the background. I don't know. Hopefully, he's going to attempt to come back with it, you know, to get his point across, because they've spent 47 minutes avoiding.
Yeah.
Brian and talking shit about logic. All he said was he wanted to show a paradox. And I know, because I've been there, right? I've watched this sort of thing occur where people make a realization about something, but never are allowed to show their joy for doing so. Right? It's probably likely that most people wouldn't understand it. But hearing that joy and enthusiasm of you being able to attempt to explain what you've just realized, that's what we're here for. That sort of stuff is what we want to hear. We want to be involved in all of that sort of stuff. I think it's a bit unfair what they've done here to Brian, but I've heard it done a lot. And in fact, I think this whole arena has an element of that to it. Most people aren't allowed to be able to think for themselves because of the bombardment of just ridiculous stuff that people throw at you. Sometimes you need a second or two just to compose your thoughts before you're forced to answer or think for something.
Best is their best spokesperson for it. Because if you say, where is your geometric horizon? He'll say, you mean the non-refracted horizon. Is that the horizon you're talking about?
Ah, I see.
Look, if
So,
you say yes
just
to
change it to rainbow. So where did it get the value for the rainbow? Well, it's from the non-refracted rainbow value. All right, where'd you get that? Well, non-refracted, like physical. Where's that? How's that geometric horizon working out for you, by the way, Rufy? Good? Yeah, good?
I think you mean the non-refracted horizon.
I'm pretty sure I mean the geometric horizon.
The horizontal one. Geometric. Horizontal, be geometric, straight.
Marked with an X, labelled horizon in there, begging the question, proof of nothing, perspective, hijacking Earth curve calculator. You can't really miss it. It's labelled.
No, the horizon, in reality, the one that's horizontal. The geometric, horizontal, straight, plane.
Horizon, Brian. It's geometric.
But that can never happen because we have, according to them, you have to have an Earth with no atmosphere for that to happen.
Yeah, what is it? No atmo day?
Just in reality,
what's going on?
Yes, they confuse because when you say geometric, it means that this is in fact optical, but within geometry, because both optics are described as geometric.
No, and, I derive horizontal from the horizontals being parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Yes,
therefore the horizon must be horizontal, and that horizontal is a geometric understanding through the Euclidean plane.
Yes, but they say when Nathan Oakley says geometric, he is referring to supposed geometry of the globe.
Yeah, he thinks that they have a geometry for the curve, doesn't he? I mean, if there is a begging question, that's Nathan Oakley doing it right there.
Yes.
He's begging the question of something that doesn't exist, putting it in the minds of people that it does. I think it's terrible.
Yeah, quite terrible. Yes, I would agree. But this is another misnomer, at least, because geometric does not defy visual aspect, because we see horizon and we know that horizon itself is limit of our vision. So you cannot get rid of a visual aspect. But so this geometrical horizon is also visual horizon. So it is not opposition that geometrical versus, they say refracted, but I would say that just optics. So, but if they say geometrical, they mean something else. Not that. Not that geometrical.
Yeah, I
And
think
this, for me, this is
Eric
bad.
says he thinks the geometric horizon means physical.
Yes, yes. That's why I call it, in fact, topographical horizon.
Yeah.
Because if it is physical, it means that it is topographical.
Yep.
This hump.
Well, I wouldn't. The topographical horizon would be mountains and stuff like that,
Yeah.
like in that picture that Ranty got.
Yes, but also for them that would be this hump of water. This is they
No,
should
you
call.
don't have mid-picture horizons. That's ridiculous.
Yes, but this is what they claim. But Nathan Oakley said that this is a geometrical horizon. And that's why I call it misnomer, because for me, it would be, in that case, topographical horizon or, let's say, physical.
I think
this hump.
The problem that Nathan Oakley's coming across when he has this geometric, especially if he does physical, right? If he does think it's physical, is that he's asking for the physical horizon of a ball, right?
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
A ball's Euclidean, obviously. The solid figure called a ball is Euclidean. And in that statement means he's going along with the model, right? He's like, as much as everybody understands the tangent because Nathan Oakley has spread it about and said it enough times, he's doing exactly the same with this. It's become a scripted thing that he keeps repeating that has zero meaning and doesn't really help anybody within any conversation other than to bring up something that doesn't exist. It's not that.
Yes, and that's why the Globers, they can refute that with the refraction. Of course, they are going into circular reasoning, but still, this is
That's
going.
That's why QE gave them that picture and called it the Black Swan, right? Because there's the physical thing. You can argue against a picture rather than arguing against the argument.
Yeah, I agree.
And yeah, they allow it. They allow it because I think their logic seems to be a little bit off. Sometimes inverted, like upside down world.
Question: when Ruhis says, "Do you mean?" Because he's asked me this, I don't know how many times, and he's same with Adam, I'm sure. Do you mean the non-refracted? When we mentioned the geometric horizon that doesn't exist, he says, "Do you mean the non-refracted horizon?" Now, if you're naive, you say yes, and at that point, you're agreeing to his craziness. You're in agreement with him that there's this non-refracted position that actually exists that we can't see because it's always refracted.
I didn't actually get to do a sound check this morning, so can someone from the chat, if I'm reading the chat, just let me know if the sound is okay, if everyone's all balanced up. I haven't checked it.
Okay, sorry, I have to go
Sorry
to
to
bed.
interrupt your flow, Brian.
Yeah, all right.
With something I should
Second
have done
of
2
all,
hours
good
ago.
night.
But you was hoping to pay attention to it.
Good night.
Yeah, see you later, Paper. I think we've gone over enough of this, haven't we? It's crazy and sort of depressing in a way at the same time. But hopefully, people can be getting involved with logic. Are we past midnight? Yes, we are. Is Danger with us? I think we can end up on Danger. Danger's got released a new. Let me just swap this back over. You guys, and I'll sort out this video. Is Danger in here? No, it's gone out. me sort this out. Get the screen on. Our friend Danger, who is another musician, has made a new song. I'm gonna I'll put the link in, and we're gonna play out with this one. This is a Halloween tune he's made, I think. I'll play out with this. So this is from Danger's Mojo Craft, his latest one. This is called Ungrateful Undead, and this will probably be our, unless we come back, you know, tomorrow / today, Halloween. This is our bit for Halloween. I'll put the link for this. Please give him a click and a like, and see you tomorrow. Subscribe as well.
Taught me how to kill the pain. Dusky tombs become a worm. Unholy hunger for human blood. It drags me